G'day guys, it's me, Mario. No, I'm just kidding. It's your old pal Creepy Oz, of course. Today's video is a collaboration with my cousin, Moonlight Ninja. Over on his channel you'll find gaming content, reviews and things like that. I believe he was also looking to do some Let's Plays of some Creepypasta based games to line up with our collab, which you guys might be interested in. Anyway, I'd really appreciate it if you guys would jump over and just check his channel out. Who knows, you might like what you see. Okay, on with the show. Kill Switch. Kill Switch is a very strange entry into the history of video game urban legends, because despite no one being able to verify that it ever existed, there are highly detailed accounts of everything from gameplay to plot, to specific puzzles, graphic style, soundtrack, and, well, everything in between. Supposedly, Kill Switch is the story of a woman who wakes up mysteriously injured at the bottom of a coal mine. She then must fight her way through demons, spectres, undead miners, and possessed machinery to make it out alive. Kill Switch gave you the choice to play as Porto, the girl, or Ghast, an invisible demon whose gameplay was nearly impossible, due to most of the challenges requiring you to be able to see where your character was. The reason that it's impossible to verify that the game ever existed is that upon completion of the game, it would supposedly erase itself from the user's computer, leaving no trace behind. The game could not be copied, and reportedly only around 5,000 of them were ever created.
Herobrine. Herobrine, the ghost in Minecraft, began as a post on the Minecraft forums in 2010. Began as a foggy screenshot of a distant figure standing just on the edge of the fog. The post stated that the player had seen a copy of the default player character with no eyes, but any time he tried to get closer, the figure would turn a corner and walk into the fog and disappear. It also reported seeing a man-made structure randomly appearing in his world, and that he had been contacted by other players who had also seen the figure. After his first post, he reported being contacted by a user called Herobrine, who was simply said, "Stop." Notch, the game's creator, had said that Herobrine does not exist and has never been a part of the game in any capacity. However, the plot thickens with the Minecraft Beta 1.6.6 update, when included in the list of patch notes was an item reading, "Removed Herobrine." This is most likely just a joke by Notch to poke fun at the hoax, but with lots of reports of Herobrine sightings, it does make one wonder.
The Hall of Tortured Souls. If you were a multi-billionaire CEO of the biggest tech company in the world, and also secretly the devil, as some internet urban legends suggest, where would you hide evidence of the damned souls that you collect and torture? Spreadsheet software, right? Well, I don't know about Bill Gates being the lord of the underworld, but there is a pretty creepy Easter egg hidden in Excel 95 that probably doesn't help put the rumour to rest. If you go down to the 95th row, select the whole row, tab over to column B, go to Help, About, hold Ctrl, Alt, Shift, and click the Tech Support button, a minigame window appears called Hall of Tortured Souls. It consists of a room with glowing green pools, and another with red names dripping down the wall. But if you type EXCELKFA while facing a certain direction, a wall appears, and you can cross a narrow bridge leading to a room with pictures of the developers. Obviously, it's just a joke, poking fun at the monotony of writing spreadsheet software. But you have to know a weirdly specific set of buttons to press to get there. So, how did they expect anyone to find it?
The Hell Valley Shadow People. Super Mario Galaxy 2 is for the most part a light-hearted, colorful adventure, just like every other game in the Mario franchise. But when the player gets to the Shiverburn Galaxy, something is ever so slightly off. No matter where you go in Shiverburn Galaxy, you can look up to the top of the massive walls that block off the level and see three black silhouetted figures watching you from afar. The strange thing is that they're almost impossible to see unless you mod the game to zoom in further and get close up, but they're always there. Nintendo has yet to make any kind of official statement on what the figures are, but when the core game files were accessed by some players, it was discovered that the map beyond the playable area is titled Beyond Hell's Valley, and that the figures themselves are called Hell Valley Sky Trees, despite looking nothing like trees. No characters in the game mentions their existence, nor the existence of Hell Valley itself, but when the player goes into first-person mode, they are always there, watching.
Nuclear PlayStations. Back in the year 2000, when the PlayStation 2 was the world's hottest item, reports emerged that former Iraqi President Saddam Hussein had bought up roughly 4,000 PlayStation 2 consoles and was stockpiling them for their 32-bit CPU chips, which, according to reports, could be bundled together into a sort of supercomputer that could be used as a missile guidance system. The story, of course, was completely fictitious, but sensationalist news outlets ran with it because a fear-mongering story that combines the terrors of the Middle East with the supposed evil of video games is always guaranteed to sell ad space. The one grain of truth to the story was that it was actually cheaper to harvest the CPU chip from a PlayStation 2 than to purchase one outright. But it would take a lot more than those minor components to create any sort of weapons system. And if a PS2 processor could be used to create a missile guidance system, imagine what kind of weapons of mass destruction are hiding inside our gaming consoles now.
Majora's Mask, Ben Drowned. The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask already contains some spooky undertones and themes, but this supposedly cursed copy of the game takes things to a new level. The story goes that a game cartridge owned by a child named Ben, who perished at the hands of a lake, is still haunted by the boy. Things get increasingly strange if a player tries to delete their file. An anonymous message, "You shouldn't have done that," appears. When playing his save file, a player who picked up this copy reported seeing eerie images of a figure, dark, glitchy environments, and Link inexplicably bursting into flames before collapsing to the ground. The player reported that he's slowly losing his mind as Ben looms over him and stalks the gamer, first in the game, then in real life.
Sonic.exe. Our favourite charming blue hedgehog suddenly becomes a bit more unsettling while sporting bloody demonic black eyes and razor-sharp fangs. This creepypasta gets a little over the top, with talks of a crazed Sonic that drags people into his game, along with the tormented Knuckles and Tails. Though, what's neat about this urban legend is that there is a real, playable.exe file that can be experienced by anyone. The brief experience essentially plays like a glitchy, dark, and twisted version of the original Sonic the Hedgehog. You play as Tails, Knuckles, and even Dr. Robotnik as you trek across a handful of environments while a dark figure of Sonic creeps on you. Give it a try if you're feeling bold, as it's certainly good for some jump scares.
Pokemon Creepy Black. This tale involves a bootlegged version of Pokemon Red, which comes in a solid black cartridge. In it, you fight with a ghostly Pokemon, appropriately named Ghost, who freezes its opponent in fear and uses a curse move on them. The game would eventually fast forward you into a much older version of yourself. Here you find yourself alone, surrounded by nothing but the tombstones of vanquished foes of cursed trainers. The Pokemon you had cursed flash before you and soon runs into your old Pokemon, Ghost, who would finish you and delete your files for good by using the curse on the player. You can actually find and play a copy of this game quite easily via a few quick web searches. But be warned, I've played this game myself, and the experience is just as unsettling, if not more so, than the creepypasta it's based on.
JVK1166Z.ESP. This urban legend brings an extra layer of creepiness, as it comes in the form of an actual, playable mod of the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. As you walk around and explore, you'll notice that many of the game's NPCs have perished, lying motionless on the ground. The few that remain hauntingly stare into space, informing you to watch the sky, which looks eerily similar to the real night sky. People who've played this mod report seeing brief glimpses of a shadowy figure lurking and following them from just out of sight. But what's more unsettling is that some who have claimed to play for prolonged periods of time swear that they've seen this figure lurking near them in real life.
GTA's Bigfoot. Yes, even in the virtual realm of video games, the legend of Bigfoot lives, or at least when it comes to GTA San Andreas. Terry Donovan, the co-founder of Rockstar Games, was quoted saying in the game, "There is no Bigfoot, just like real life, but there is something in the woods." While any visual proof of this creature can almost certainly be attributed to the modders having a bit of fun, there have in fact been reports of virtual Bigfoot sightings from some gamers wandering the forest of San Andreas countryside at night. He's usually only seen from a distance and flees when the player scrambles to get a closer look. This makes verification difficult, which only adds to the mysterious qualities of this legend.
More. More. I want more. Tom shrieked at me from across the dinner table as he banged his fists. What was wrong with this child? I was only on my third bite of dinner, yet he'd already cleaned off his plate. Maybe he did like my cooking. I stared blankly at him for a few seconds before replying. "There's more in the pot. I guess I'll go get some?" "Yes, please, miss." He nodded his head so frantically I thought he'd break his neck. I strolled to the kitchen to dish up more food. I made sure to fill the plate so he'd shut up about it not being enough. I got back to the dining room and handed him the plate. I hadn't even reached my chair at the other end of the table before I heard, "Done." No fucking way. I turned around to look at him and tried to digest the sight. His plate was spotless. "Okay, kid, stop pulling a fast one on me," I said as I approached him where he sat. "Did you hide the food?" I scrupulously checked under the table, chair, and even the ceiling. Nothing. I heard the boy breathing more rapidly, as if in a panicked state, mumbling, "More, more, more," almost like a mantra, before increasing the volume until he screeched, "More!" I wasn't having any of this. I immediately took out my phone to dial Tom's parents, and thankfully, Mrs. Hank picked up. "Hi, Mrs. Hank. Sorry to interrupt." "Oh, no problem, dearie. Any issues?" "Only a mild one. Does Tom have, eating issues?" Without missing a heartbeat, Mrs. Hank hurriedly replied, "Feed him. Whatever he wants, just give it to him. It's the only way to calm him down. It will go away, I promise." "Okay, sure," I said, unsettled by the shakiness in her voice, but trying to trust her advice. "Great. And Lisa, honey?" "Yes, Mrs. Hank?" "Stay safe," she whispered, before abruptly cutting the call. I hurried to the kitchen to search for food. I wasn't in the mood for cooking again, so I simply threw heaps of cereal with milk into a bowl. When I went back to the dining room, I blanched in shock at what I saw. Tom was by the dining room curtain, halfway through chewing it away. I stomped over to Tom and grabbed him by the hand. "What the hell is wrong with you?" "I'm sorry, miss. It's not my fault. It's just I ate something last week, by accident. Now it lives in my stomach. Just listen." At first, I had no idea what he was on about. Then I heard it in the silence. It sounded almost like chewing noises, but Tom's mouth was closed. It seemed as if the source of the sound came from his belly. "It just wants more, miss," he whispered, before I felt him grip my arm tightly, without showing any signs of letting go. "Daddy!" I whipped around to see my little girl, wrapped from head to toe in winter gear. I smirked and folded my arms. "What is it, baby?" She pointed a hand, tightly wrapped in a pink mitten at the door. "I seen a snowman." She giggled through her words. "He was being silly." I laughed a little. What was my little goofball up to now? Her imagination had really started to grow into something else lately. She started wiggling around. "He was dancing and singing." "Singing what, sweetie?" I asked as I turned back to my laptop, expecting some Christmas tune. She pressed her lips together and began to make long and loud sounds. I looked up and cocked an eyebrow. She started giggling again. The uncompleted report on the laptop screen grabbed my attention. "Sweetie, why don't you go and play in the snow for a few more minutes," I said, hoping to buy some time to wrap things up for work. "Go see what the snowman is up to." She nodded and flung open the back door, darting out to the little section that I'd shoveled out for her this morning after last night's blizzard. The screen door slammed behind her, and I began typing away. Before I got so much as a sentence done, my little girl came back in with her shoulders slumped and her head bowed. "He fell asleep," she mumbled. I stood and went over to the window. "He fell asleep?" I said, peering out into the yard. She came over to me and held her arms out, prompting me to lift her up on my shoulder. She pointed out to a pile of snow leaned up against a tree, deep into the woods, beyond my backyard. "See?" she asked. I decided to play along. "Well, I'll go wake him up and tell him you want to play." I led her down in the cleared out area and made my way to the edge of the tree line, knee-high in snow. "Oh, Mr. Snowman," I called playfully. Then, suddenly, I noticed something. On the tree that the pile was propped up against was a silver chain. It wrapped around the trunk and disappeared into the snow. Curiosity got the better of me. I waded into the snow until I was mere inches from the snowman. I wouldn't pretend to know my property like the back of my mind, but I would have remembered a large chain, or at the very least, what it was gripping onto. I gave it a good yank, and the top of the mound broke, and the body of a man came tumbling out of the pile. His arms and legs were wrapped in the chain, and black electrical tape covered his mouth. The police never found out who was responsible, nor did they discover the identity of the man. As for my daughter and I, we'll be moving somewhere much warmer before next winter. They caught a wild stag with bloody antlers. He had to be the killer, right? It didn't help that there were more bodies turning up in the woods of late, and people, mostly kids, were getting massacred by some creature that didn't exist. The bodies were found with stab wounds, which on close observation seemed to have been inflicted with some spike-like weapon. The officer from the village also declared that there were hoof-like marks in the ground around the bodies which led away into the forest and disappeared. Judgment was swift and brutal. The stag was quickly strung up and slaughtered to the riotous refrain of drunken song and dance by the jubilating villagers. The smell of roasting meat, mixed with dripping fat in the fire, wafted to where I sat some distance away, hidden in the darkness, watching the villagers celebrate the end of the reign of fear and terror they had lived in for years. And the thing is that they had killed an innocent animal. They didn't know that stags on reaching sexual maturity shed their velvet, a flesh-like covering, leaving behind bloody stained antlers and strips of skin hanging off them which eventually dry and fall off. I struggled to my feet. After all these years, I still hadn't gotten used to the metal prosthetics I had in place of legs. I shook my head sadly and walked away into the darkness, hoping to one day strike again. The crows brought her gifts. Little things at first. Buttons and twine, pennies and acorns, bubblegum wrappers and cigarette butts. She took these offerings graciously and left crumbs on the windowsills as her thanks. They took to following her, a cloud of black that settled on rooftops and power lines, tree branches, street lamps, an honor guard for an unlikely queen. Her oddity kept most human folk at bay, but not all. Her grandfather had been a wealthy man, but paranoid. It was rumoured that beneath her floorboards lay stacks of cash, piles of gems, and bars of gold. It was enough to drive a desperate man mad. On a fateful summer day, one followed her to a little cottage tucked into the woods, far enough from road and neighbour that no one would hear a frightened scream. He waited until she was at the front door, fiddling with the lock. At the sound of his heavy footfalls, she paused. He pressed the barrel into her back, relishing how small her frame seemed in his shadow. "Do what I say, and I won't hurt you," he said. She turned, black hair spilling over her shoulder. To his surprise, her eyes were bright, her normally cold expression transformed in anticipation. The sound was impossible to place at first. It might have been thousands of pages turning. But the murder's screams broke the illusion, and he turned to face a wave of feathers and gleaming black eyes. The next morning began with the usual tap-tap on her window. She lifted sash for the little crow that hopped there, an offering in its beak. She held out her hand with a smile, and the bird dropped its gift into her waiting palm. The piece of flesh was smaller than a dime, spongy, and pale from blood loss. She grinned and offered a crumb, which the crow took gently and gobbled down. Sighing in contentment, she looked at the newest addition to her yard. A wooden cross rose from the ground, just a little taller than a man's height. Strapped to the wood was the limp form of her attacker, the rope cutting deep into his flesh. Crows trotted on his shoulders and picked at his clothes. One particularly daring bird pecked at his hooded eye, eliciting a shout of pain. The queen smiled. The cottage was far from the main road and nosy neighbours, far enough to ensure no one could hear him, no matter how long he screamed. Champagne? I looked up from the glossy magazine pages to see that pretty young stewardess smiling down at me. Several glasses of foaming golden liquor placed neatly on the cart beside her. I was a bit baffled. Was economy class supposed to include these complimentary items? I wasn't one to look a gift horse in the mouth though, so I nodded. Sure. The bubbly liquid bursted with flowery fragrance. I couldn't help but savour the taste. This is the best drink I've ever had. To be fair, this is the best flight I've ever had. For someone who took economy class their whole life, I've never been treated with such gracious hospitality. The stewardess ran back and forth from cabin to cabin, fetching blankets and meals at each request. When one of them spotted me falling asleep, propped up on my elbow, she brought me an extra pillow. Thanks, I remember stuttering. Does this cost? It's free, she replied, smiling kindly. When meals came around, I was surprised to find the regular airplane food replaced. We were served freshly cooked pasta and steak dinner, with wines and desserts of our choosing. One of the stewardess pushed out a cart of warm butter and bread rolls. The scent alone was enough to make my mouth water, despite already downing a sizable portion of the meal. And of course, I accepted another glass of the sweet, fruity champagne. At some point later, the child quietly sleeping behind me started to cry from the turbulence. The head stewardess helped the mother to the back of the plane and hurried to fetch warm milk for the child, earning endless words of gratitude from the other. Then the lights dimmed. The child stopped crying, and from the mother's sweet lullaby, I could presume he was fast asleep in her arms. Faint music played over the speakers. I wasn't sure which piece, but it was a melodic symphony of strings. I could no longer fight the satisfied tiredness that washed over me. I closed my eyes and sank deeply into my complimentary pillow. From the cockpit, the young stewardess watched as all the passengers gradually dozed off one by one. "Are you sure this is the right thing to do?" she asked the captain, her voice quavering. "Telling them about the bomb will change nothing. We were done for as soon as we took off. It's best if they pass in peaceful slumber." She looked at the mother and the child sleeping. Her shivering won't stop. "We will run out of fuel sooner or later. There's no way to maintain altitude for long enough for a defuse team to get here anyways. It was rigged to blow once we hit below 30,000 feet. The captain put a hand on her shoulder and tried to still her quiet sobbing. "It's better this way." Before the chamber decompressed, all they saw was the blue sea beneath. Ever since I was a kid, I experienced sudden chest pain that had become a part of my life. Over the years, I've scribbled down notes, trying to make something sensible, a reason for why it happened, and it hasn't led anywhere. I remember my first pain when I was a kid. It happened while I was out with my mother. I remembered that I had a tantrum, and my mum tried to calm me down. There was suddenly a burst of pain in my chest, and I screamed loudly, saying that my chest hurts, crying and crying, until I woke up in a hospital room. After the first incident, I kept suffering from the sudden, mysterious pain. Whenever I talk to someone, I have to be really careful, as it always happened while in the middle of a talk. It never happened while in any other situations. For example, I remember in school, while in the counselling room due to stresses from homeworks, talking with a teacher about how I'm doing great and how he believes that I'll be successful in the future, when the sudden chest pain hit me. Now, as an adult, I was familiar with the pain. I no longer scream or wince when I felt it, only thinking of it as a slight annoyance. Earlier this month, I almost walked myself up into trouble when I felt the pain while talking to my boss about how I was doing great and how I was one of the best workers in the office. It was a stressful time, with all the paperwork and all the broken sleep schedule, and I almost let out a swear word in front of my boss. With all of the pain occurring while I was talking with someone, and when I'm stressed out, I connect everything together and realise it must have been only happening when I try to be emotional, or at least release my emotions to others. And getting up from my study, I went downstairs to tell my partner about what I had discovered. "Nellie, I think I've figured it out." "Oh, sorry, Alan, but I have to go out now." "Well, can't you hear me out just for a second?" "Nope, I'm really busy lately." I felt it in my chest. "Oh, sorry. Where are you going?" "Meeting up with a client." I felt it again. "Work-related, I assume?" "Yeah." The same pain again. "Oops, look at the time. I have to go now. I love you, Dennis." Pain. I rushed upstairs, my mind in a scrambled mess. Why was the pain there? Was my theory wrong? I read back through all the notes and tried to remember all the memories. And with my teary eyes, I realised it wasn't triggered by emotions. It wasn't triggered by stress or anger. There was a reason why it happened only when I'm interacting with people. It was a response towards a lie. "Come on, hurry up," Rosalia exclaimed as she dragged me further into the woods. "This could be our only chance to see him." I can't believe I let her talk me into this. but she usually got the best of me. With that long, flowing red hair and emerald green eyes, she was irresistible. I wanted her. "Slow down," I groaned, as she continued her mission to find Slender Man. "My legs hurt." Annoyed, she let me sit for approximately 20 seconds before pulling me to my feet again. "We have to hurry. The sun's going to set soon. We don't want to be in here at night," she pointed out. "Maybe we should just turn back now," I suggest. "No, we're close now. I can sense it." I can sense it too. Her movements grow more frantic, tenser. She's excited. Just like I knew she would, she brings a knife out from in her sleeve and removes the sheath in one fluid motion. My pulse quickens. She whispers, "You understand, right? You know why I have to do this." I nod. This has been her passion, her mania. She wanted this more than anything else, and was willing to use me as the sacrifice to fulfill it. The only way to quench the Earth Mother's thirst is with the blood of her children. She takes a step towards me. I step back. This is a sacred place, and it's a sacred day. Indeed it is. It's the summer solstice, and this forest was once holy to the ancient people who lived here. This was never about Slender Man. It was always about feeding the earth. Unfortunately for her, I'm not such a willing victim. I bring a rock up to her head from behind my back and hit her temple, hard. She looks at me in shock, and I bring it down again, and again, and again, until she drops to the ground. I run my fingers through her long, red hair, now sticky with blood, and whisper, "You're also her child, you know." This story took place during a miserable winter. Cold and wet, and seemingly never-ending. Yes, we do actually get winter out here. And it sucks. Cold winds blow almost all the time, and freezing rainstorms scud over with annoying regularity. We don't venture far in the depths of the colder months, preferring to keep the cattle nearby and spend as much time as we can in front of the fire. Of course, nearby is a relative term when you're talking about 2,500 square kilometres, and some of the winter paddocks are a good 15k from the house itself. Thankfully, because it's usually so green, we don't really have to hit the further paddocks more than 2 or 3 times a week. In one of these paddocks is a bleak, lonely outcrop of weather-beaten rocks. Rocks that we call the Satan Stones. They seem to sprout incongruously from the surrounding grass on top of a hill, lichen-covered and set in loose patterns. I'm not really sure where the name came from, to be honest. As far as I know, nothing had ever really happened out there. What is undeniable, though, is that the place just feels creepy. You know how you walk into a place and you get that shiver? Maybe the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. Or you get that unexplainable knot in the pit of your stomach. That's what the Satan Stones are like. I always figured the name just came from that experience. But don't take my word for it, because I really don't know. We call the paddock the stones are in Lucy's, short for lucifers. It's one of the better winter paddocks because it catches a lot of the rain and grows good feed. One winter, 2 or 3 years back, a whole group of cows decided to calve. Because apparently the best time to do it is when the nighttime temperatures are dropping below zero. Dad decided that because of the sheer number of newborns, once they were strong enough to leave the tiny house paddock, we'd send them to Lucy's, where the best feed was. It made sense, even though Lucy's is probably our second furthest winter paddock. Well, it did make sense. Until we went out there one morning and found 13 dead calves scattered around the Satan stones. This is a cattle farm, so a lot of the weirdness tends to involve the cattle. Whether they sense it, they attack it, they fall prey to it, they're involved more often than not. They're also our livelihood, so we have to act quickly whenever something like this happens. These were not the usual cattle killings either. No predator, natural or bizarre, had killed that many calves in one night without feeding on them. And no animal had arranged them so neatly and deliberately around the stones. All the calves had had their throats cut, tongues and eyes removed, and all were splayed out in the same position. We were puzzled, to say the least, and we knew we had to get to the bottom of it before any more cattle were lost. Dad was getting a bit old by this point, and his roomy joints meant that spending a night in a freezing paddock wasn't really his thing anymore. So I volunteered to hang out with a few of the workers and see what we could see. It was a clear night, which is always worse out here because the temperature absolutely plummets. The moon wasn't full, but nice and bright, and we could see the mob of cattle very clearly. They were pretty happily settled, so it seemed that whatever had killed the calves was nowhere nearby. Just yet, anyway. There were 6 of us in the Land Cruiser, so I decided to grab an hour or so of sleep and let the others take the first watch. I was woken by frantic whispers and the worried lowing of the cows. A fog had drifted in, so thick that we could barely see the shapes of the cattle 10 meters from the 4-wheel drive. One of the men pointed to the left and swore, and I turned just in time to see a dark shadow flit through the fog, leaving the mist dancing in its wake. Something was definitely there. The 2 indigenous workers who'd come along both whispered the same thing, their voices full of fear. Mokoi. The name was one that I knew, but that was all. The cattle became more and more panicked, but they were hemmed in by the fog and unwilling to go too far with the calves around. So they just increased their bellowing and stamped at the ground. The weight of hundreds of terrified cattle making the 4-wheel drive tremble. That same shadow flashed through the fog again, to the right this time, the air behind it still in motion. The indigenous driver, eyes wide, quickly turned the ignition and sent two beams of light lancing into the thick grey night. That was enough for the cattle. Calves be damned, and they stormed off in the other direction, with their young struggling to keep up. They quickly vanished into the fog. The thunder, created by a wall of panicked flesh, reverberating through the still air. All of a sudden, that shadow materialized in front of us, right in the headlights. Although it seemed ethereal, it definitely cast its own shadow as well. It was creating a bizarre double shadow effect in the bright light. It seemed to pulsate for a moment before solidifying into form. Instead of a shadow, we were now looking at a large man, over 2 meters tall and black as obsidian, with eyes that were too large for his face and somehow blacker. They seemed to devour light rather than reflect it. Inky pools of absolute darkness mounted on the head of the shadow. The mist moved around it, hovering just away from the skin, as though it didn't quite want to touch the entity. The thing, which certainly wasn't a man, despite its best efforts to appear that way, flashed a savage grin, showing perfectly cut teeth stained with blood. Then, it threw its head back and unleashed a shriek so hellish I felt like my ears might bleed. It was a sound of sheer rage and torment, of hatred and anguish and violence. No human being could make that kind of sound. Our driver freaked the fuck out, honestly. He jammed the four-wheel drive into reverse and screeched out of there. I can't say I blamed him. The shrieking shadow man made no move to follow as the driver fishtailed the four-wheel drive and tore off towards the safety of the farmhouse. I honestly didn't know that any of our beaten old vehicles could go as fast as we did then, skidding back into the main complex at alarming speed. I immediately went to tell my father what had happened. His face fell, and he leapt out of bed with a vigour I'd not seen for a few months. "Go and get Murray." Murray, who you might remember from the second story, has been on the farm for decades. He's hands down the most familiar person with the land and everything that happens on it. And he has way more stories than any of us. A couple of which left him with scars. He came without question, his face a mirror of Dad's. Sitting in front of the fire at the main house, Murray spoke about the Shadow Man and what it truly was. My people, like some others, believe that death is not necessarily caused by anything of this world. It is caused by something from another world. Western people believe in the angel of death, or death as a bloke with a cloak and a scythe. Mokoi are death. They are entities of pure darkness, a source of black magic. They feed on life itself, and doing so causes the victim to lose their health and eventually die. A Mokoi that's strong enough to take solid form in this world is a terribly dangerous spirit. He absently traced 2 fingers over the scar on his neck when he said this. There's not much we can do but keep it from these lands. I know a ritual that will keep it away, but I am not powerful or wise enough to banish it back to its own place. Maybe, if it can't access those stones, it might move on. What does it want with the stones and the calves? He shrugged. It kills to feed, just not on the meat. Those stones are a place of ancient magic, older than my people even. Places of power attract powerful entities. He cleared his throat. When the sun comes up, I'll get some boys together. We'll run the boundaries and perform the ritual. Probably be gone a couple of days. The ceremony will make a barrier, and the Mokoi can't come within the barrier. It's not permanent, but Mokoi are impatient, insatiable creatures. Hopefully it doesn't go anywhere else and cause problems. I had a few sleepless nights after that one. The howl of the black-eyed Mokoi echoing in my ears until Murray and his crew returned and said the job was done. We obviously moved the surviving cattle out of Lucy's as soon as the sun rose, and the Mokoi returned to wherever it came from for the day. Murray and one of his men volunteered to keep watch over the stones for a few nights and make sure that the evil spirit was gone. We turned Lucy's into a lucerne paddock after that, which I thought was quite amusing, in a dumb kind of way. Taking advantage of the fertility of the soil, without ever putting animals in there again. We've not seen any signs of a Mokoi since. I didn't forget Murray's scars though, and the way he subconsciously felt for them when talking about the demon spirit. His Mokoi story, which I'll tell later on, made me realise that some of the weird things way out here in the outback are really not to be messed with. It was a quiet, cold November evening. Usually, I wouldn't dare to set foot outside at this time, especially since the sun had vanished behind the monoliths that are peaks behind the Alps. Hiking can be dangerous in the dark, and I had but the littlest, most pathetic source of light that could still be considered a torch. It was mounted to my beanie cap and barely illuminated the next 6 feet or so. Every other day I would hike during the few spare hours of daylight after I finished work, but today I had to work the late shift as well, due to a co-worker unexpectedly falling sick. I really didn't mind, since I hadn't anything else planned for the day. But thinking back, it would have been much smarter to hike the new trail by day. The lamp flickered. Before me lay layers of snow, rocks and gravel. The scene looked like a small avalanche had ravaged through the path, and it took many rocks with it. The barricade was not impassable, but I believe my second mistake was that I didn't see the warning signs of what was about to come. About half an hour later, my lamp lost a significant amount of battery charge as it grew dimmer and dimmer by the minute. I had no spare batteries left, so I thought about turning around and making my way home. There was my next mistake. I didn't. My lamp eventually refused to fulfill its purpose, so I stumbled through the mountain trails in the dark now, only led by the bit of white barely visible. The trail was snowed over, and I could use that snow to orientate myself. To the left was a handrail. To the right was a steep incline. Both would eventually assure that I would not trip and fall to my demise. Multiple times, in fact. I was a moron for continuing my way, and I'm not ashamed to admit that, because after another 50 minutes, I stepped into a small crevice in the ground, invisible without my light. And I am certain that this was where I broke my ankle. I fell to the side, and the sudden rush of pain and the loud cracking noise immediately made me fear for the worst. And the confirmation that it was indeed fractured led me down many paths of insane assumptions. At first, I believed that I would be bleeding, because the blood pressure in my foot was rising, and I could feel every pump of my fragile heart. The place where it fractured became really warm and swollen. By now, I was bleeding quite a bit. I had to stop the bleeding by wrapping my foot in my scarf, which would prove to be an excellent bandage. Then, I feared that I would not be able to make my way back home, since I'd been hiking for quite some time now. Even pulling out the foot had caused so much mind-numbing pain. How would I walk like this for, well, approximately 2.5 hours back? I was walking for 3 hours now, and I still had not reached the area with the avalanche yet. Snow was falling from the sky, and so did on some occasion hailstones. I used the hand railing for extra stability, but it didn't help me too much. It must have been way past midnight now, while the sun was still hours from rising. I knew I had reached the area of the avalanche and had some trouble passing by. While I did manage to cross it, I looked up to the place of origin. A large piece of snow was missing from an overhang some 60 or 70 feet above me. On its way down, it must have hit more than just a few rocks though, as now I took my time to actually observe the pile of snow. It contained human remains. I'd left my phone at home that day, which also explained why I was not able to call an air ambulance to my position. But neither could I now report the untimely passing of a fellow hiker. Did I mention that I'd made some really stupid mistakes? Well, I made another. I was sure that the body had not been here before, because I didn't remember seeing it the first time I passed. I came closer to observe it, when suddenly, its hand started to reach for me. I ran. Mind you, I was in massive shock from both the pain and the arm. the person was more than clearly dead, because a large rock had obliterated its cranium, and the limbs were all contorted. Yet it moved its arm and almost managed to touch me. Running was not easy. Sometimes I lost grip on the railing and almost fell. Sometimes I hit the ground too hard with my broken ankle, but I had to make sure I put as much distance between myself and that thing as possible. I kept looking back, but my gaze only met with the vast emptiness of the snow and my own bloody trail of footprints. Had I fantasized all of this? Was this some hallucination created by my massive loss of blood? Suddenly, I could see a light. Somebody was walking towards me, and they had light. I started yelling, and as they saw me, they froze. Probably 20 feet before me stood an elderly woman who had the biggest look of pure terror and distress on her face that her facial muscles had allowed her to have, as she slowly started to point behind me. I turned my head and I locked eyes with a large, dark, hunched-over figure. Well, locked eyes would be an exaggeration. The figure had no real head. Whatever was left in that smashed visage could only be described as looking into the pits of hell. If they were comprised of human bone and flesh, for it had the most mangled body I'd ever seen. The woman started to yell some incomprehensive words as everything went numb. A large, hard object, previously obscured by the figure's coat, had been swung at the side of my head with a force greater than any I'd ever felt. My eardrum, on the corresponding side, ruptured. Just one of many more injuries I sustained. I fell, and frankly, I don't remember anything that followed. I awoke in a cabin. I was positioned in an armchair, wrapped in warm blankets, and had my feet placed in a tub of warm water. The fractured foot had stopped bleeding and stained the tub and some towels beside in a dark shade of red, reminiscent of the red velvet cake that was sitting on a platter to my right. The old lady I'd seen earlier was sitting in a different room, facing an old television, likely asleep. As I looked back at my foot, I realised that my head didn't hurt anymore, and as I raised my hand to inspect the wound, I realised that there was, in fact, no wound at all. My eardrum was still hurting, but there was no blood, no shards of bone, no clumps of flesh protruding from my skin. It seemed as though it had just vanished. After a while, the lady woke up. She saw that I was awake too, and came to where I sat. She calmly explained to me that she had observed me going up to the Alps, but never saw me coming back. So, as she was worried I could have gotten hurt, she started her ascent a few hours later to look for me. She said that she found me, half buried beneath a large pile of snow. I looked as pale as a corpse, because I'd lost a lot of blood that day. Although, after questioning her, she said that there was not a trace of any other person. I was lucky that she had been a nurse before she retired, else she would not have handled my injuries with such ease. I noticed a large photograph on her wall. The man that was pictured had similar clothes to the corpse I hallucinated in the snow. So I asked her about it. The same expression of pure terror and panic overwhelmed her. The man I had been sure I had seen was her husband. He died in an avalanche 25 years ago, and his body had never been found. Hikers claim this region of the Alps to be haunted, and that they are plagued by sightings of a body in the snow. These sightings become drastically more common during or after an avalanche is struck. She claimed that after his death, avalanches and avalanche-related deaths became much more common, and that I was one of the very few lucky people to leave this trail alive. One thing is sure: I will never go hiking in the Alps, ever again. I discovered the existence of the black-eyed children through the podcast Paranormal Mysteries. Being unemployed for a few months, I've been rapidly moving through creepy podcasts like Spooked, Radio Rental, and The Grave Talks. None of them had mentioned black-eyed children. It was supremely interesting and equally as terrifying. If you've never heard of the black-eyed children, let me give you a rundown. First, just like most creepies, they creep at night. Night helps hide their solid black eyes. This is a dead giveaway of what they are. They're mostly normal, except they seem to be wearing clothes from last century. Second, they tend to show up at your house, asking to be let in to use the phone. They say they're lost, or make up some kind of excuse for not having a cell phone. They won't say much else. They keep to the same dialogue. It's important to them to gain access to your house. Third, other than the black eyes, no iris, no sclera. Another giveaway is the accompanying sense of dread. Powerful dread. Pets will lose their shit, not act right, even before you know these kids are there. For some god-awful reason, people have let them inside their homes. People have reported that the children do use the phone, but then they sit down and don't say a damn word unless spoken to. "Our parents will be here soon" is just about their only reply. Abruptly, they stand up to announce the arrival of their parents, who never come to the door, by the way, and they leave. This is where shit hits the fan. Pets go missing or are found dead. People involved in the encounter develop some unexplainable illness or something like that. Every pet, every person, every time. Perhaps the scariest part is they have been known to approach people in their cars. In this case, they ask for a ride to your home. Rarely, but it can still happen. They might be found at your place of work. This podcast had a special effect on me. I've never been so scared and paranoid after listening to a paranormal story. Maybe it's because I live alone. Perhaps it's the fact that these are children, and our first instinct is usually to help children. I don't know, but it freaked me the fuck out. I felt foolish, but for weeks, I expected them to knock. And then they did. I was closing my blinds well before dark. Out of sight, out of mind, right? And tonight was no different. I was unwinding in the living room. The classic stereotype of a couch potato, complete with snacks. For no reason that I could see, both of my dogs started whimpering, whining. "What's wrong?" I asked them. I had no clue what was going on, but their agony was apparent as their whining increased in pitch and frequency. It didn't take long before both of my German shepherds got up and slunk away. "Hey, come here, what's going on?" Strange behaviour. Looking back, this should have been my first clue. Before I could get up to go after them, I felt a sudden and incredible sense of foreboding. It was like an instinct was telling me something was wrong. But how could I honour this feeling when clearly nothing was wrong? Where was the real evidence? Dread replaced foreboding. It all clicked when they knocked. I didn't need to look through the peephole to know what was at that door. Even inside my own house, where all I had to do was stay put, I felt absolutely helpless. If I was the one with the power, why was I so petrified?
"My brother and I are lost. May we use your phone?"
The voice of a child. A girl. Fuck. If I had any doubts, they were obliterated with that voice. I needed the comfort of my dogs. I slid off my couch, crawling to my dogs. I did my best to avoid something that I was so sure was watching me. Just as I passed the front door, they knocked again.
"Please, we can't come in unless you let us."
I wish I could describe the dread, the fear. It made me think of how people describe being stalked by an apex predator. They can't see it, but they know it's there. The helplessness was real. The second I reached my dogs, the knock robbed me of the monochrome of relief I'd gained.
"Please, they will be worried."
The scariest part wasn't crawling past that door where I imagined them barging in. No, it was the thought I had at that moment. The thought that maybe, if I let them in, this would all go away. They were just helpless kids. Me and my dogs kept each other company until the children left. We did not sleep that night. I thought about the encounter all the next day. Would they come again? What could I possibly do if they did? I was afraid that they hadn't gotten what they wanted and they'd return. I scoured the internet, searched the library and listened to any relevant podcast or YouTube video. I didn't find any precautions I could take. But from what I could see, as long as I didn't answer the door, I would be fine. Just don't let them in. Simple. I shuddered when I remembered that I'd had the brief thought of letting them in. The only comfort I could find was in what I couldn't find. Nothing. Absolutely no mention of them returning. I felt myself settling into this notion. They had their one shot, and they missed. Nightfall found me and my dogs in the computer room. It took a few hours, but I was finally getting comfortable. I was letting my anxiety out in a video game. Last night was history. Suddenly, I felt as if someone had thrown a weighted blanket on me. A weighted blanket of dread. Oh no. I looked around for my dogs. They were nowhere I could see. How could I have missed their exit? I knew what was coming next. What if I just let them in?
Please may we come inside? We are lost and scared.
They knew exactly where I was, and they hadn't even bothered with the front door. Silence from my end and theirs. Then they knocked. This will pass. 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 I repeated, over and over to myself. But I knew in my soul they weren't going to stop. Braving a stupendous amount of trepidation, I got up to let the kids in. I was introduced to the video game realm a tad later than most other people. For most, if not all of my early childhood, I was isolated from other kids, and I had next to no social interactions. My days were spent in a prison-like school, and my nights rotted away with mind-numbing TV. Life was dull and boring, and all I had were my stuffed animals and cheap plastic toys to talk to. That was until I got a GameCube. It was the Christmas of 2003, I believe. I was overjoyed at having my own video game station. It came with 3 games: Super Mario Sunshine, Pac-Man World 2, and Pokemon Channel. Each of those games still hold a special place in my heart today. As soon as the GameCube was set up and ready to go, I began playing it immediately. The first game I played was Super Mario Sunshine. This game is what got me hooked onto the Mario series. After playing it for hours straight, and finally beating a level I just couldn't get past, I turned to Pac-Man World 2. Amazingly enough, I got stuck on level 2. Infuriated that I couldn't find the way out, even though the answer was literally right in front of my eyes, I quit and started playing my first ever Pokemon game, Pokemon Channel. As soon as I turned the game on, I knew this game was going to be different from the other 2. It didn't take me long to fall in love with the game. When the time came to name my Pikachu, I unwittingly named him BRVR, short for brother. What compelled me to give him such a strange nickname that didn't even sound like a shortened version of brother, I'll never know. But regardless, I still enjoyed playing. There is no way for me to describe the love I felt towards this game. It was everything that I'd ever dreamed of. In this game, I had a friend that I could play with. It all took place in the Pokemon world too, which I had already loved before I even got Pokemon Channel. I could watch TV with my best friend BRVR, go fishing with him, play tic-tac-toe with him, talk to other Pokemon with him, grow a garden with him, build a snowman with him, explore ancient ruins with him, play musicals with him, sit around campfires and tell stories with him, gaze at the stars with him. All those things I never got to experience in real life, I was able to do in this virtual world with BRVR, the best friend I never had. I was obviously overly addicted to the game, but I had nothing else to use up my time with. So instead I put it all into this game, oblivious to all the things happening in the real world. I preferred to live my life in this Pokemon fantasy with my best friend. BRVR seemed like more than just a virtual, animated 3D model, forced to do his actions based on the programming of the game. He seemed real to me. If I was ever sad one day, he would appear to look and act depressed too. If I was ever angry, he would show and express my rage during that play of the game too. If I needed something to cheer me up, he would act silly and leap at me and do other idiotic things. Later on, when I grew older and wiser, I just assumed that all of these strange events never really happened, and when I was younger I'd simply imagined it. But it was still fun to pretend that he was real. As the years passed, I got more games. I'd acquired a Game Boy, which along with it came more Pokemon games, where I could have more than just a single Pikachu. My interests also floated to different series like Mario and Sonic. After playing Pokemon Channel so many times, and doing the same things over and over again, it starts to get a bit boring. I started playing it less and less, and other games more and more. But I still gave Pokemon Channel a play every now and then. Eventually, I changed schools, and my whole life changed. I was moved from a private Christian school to a public school, and my eyes were opened to reality. I started to learn new things about life, which helped me enjoy it more. People weren't mean and cruel to me. They would greet me when I passed them in the halls. I discovered I could do more than just play video games. I could draw. There were thousands of songs I could listen to. And my grades started dramatically rising. But the best part of all was that I got a new friend. A real friend. One who was flesh and blood. She was funny and helped me to get used to the school. She was someone I could talk to besides my parents. We both had the same immature and mock everything in every possible way kind of minds. I finally had a best friend. While I started to grow in both body and mind, Pokemon Channel was slowly forgotten. I moved on to greater and better games. Almost all the things I could do in the game I was able to do in real life now. VR was replaced by my real life best friend. He in the game had become obsolete, forgotten on a dusty shelf in a dark corner of my room. For the next couple of years, life was golden. Each day, I would learn something new, and I had a ton of fun with my best friend. I made a few other friends too, but no one could top my best friend. Every now and then, I'd get a new game, get some money, go do something with my best friend, draw something, listen to music. I never wished for anything more. Good things never last. Eventually, I had to move. I protested and threw a fit, but to no avail. Trying to stop the tears from falling down my face, I told my best friend goodbye on my last day at that school. For the next few days, I cried myself to sleep at my new house. But eventually, I stopped. Having one of my main reasons to live ripped away tore a hole in my heart that will never be completely healed. But the pain eventually became less and less. I still had contact with my best friend. We both had YouTube accounts, and we'd talk over the internet. We'd call each other too, and have sleepovers sometimes. Occasionally see a movie together. But it hurt a lot to not have her at school anymore. I made some new friends at my new school, even more than at my old school. But none of them were as funny as my best friend. None of them could replace her. Just when I thought that I could get used to this lifestyle, one of the most dreadful things happened. For her sake, I won't post what my friend did, but she did something horrible, and my mum refused to let me speak to or see her ever again. My heart was utterly smashed into thousands of pieces. I felt like I had nothing left to live for. My best, and what felt like my only friend, was now gone from me forever. I sunk back into my old habits, playing video games, isolating myself from the rest of the world. I didn't like to go out anymore. I refused to leave my room, except to go to school, eat, use the restroom, and visit my dad every other weekend. Now that my best friend had been snatched away from me, and that I didn't do anything in real life anymore, I needed something to replace them. Searching through my ancient shelf of old games, I pulled out Pokemon Channel. I brushed the dust off of the cover. It felt like it had been an eternity since I'd gazed upon this game. I inserted the game disc into the GameCube, grabbed my controller, and awaited to greet my old virtual friend, BRVR. A tear fell down my cheek as memories flooded back while I stared at the title screen. After a moment of soaking in the old nostalgia, I selected Continue. I eagerly selected yes when the information appeared of my currently saved game, asking if it was correct. As the transition Pokeballs rolled across the screen, I just couldn't wait to see BRVR again. When the transition was over, I appeared to be in my room. The normal cutscene where Pikachu is asleep on top of the shelf and wakes up didn't play. But at this time I had almost completely forgotten about that. The only thing on my mind was BRVR. As I searched around the room though, he wasn't anywhere in sight. The Delibird that delivers the goods you buy from the Shop and Squirtle channel was at the door. I smiled warmly at the sight. I remembered I bought something from that channel almost every day when I was younger. I thought I must have bought something the last time I played and completely forgotten about it. Curious about what was in the delivery, I eagerly headed for the door. A deep, moaning sound stopped me before I could reach the door. I turned the screen and saw BRVR climbing out from under the bed. He looked beat up and depressed. I'd never seen him climb out from underneath the bed before, except for when he's searching for the Pokemon Mini in the beginning of the game. When he turned and saw me, a shocked expression came over his face, like it normally should. "Hey brother, it's me," I whispered, even though I knew he couldn't hear me. Instead of a joyous look and cheering, "Pika Pika," he acquired an infuriated look on his face. I was a bit confused as to why he was angry, but before I could ponder at the subject, the Delibird called again from the door. Banishing the whole incident from my thoughts, I turned and opened the door. I was comforted when the Delibird handed over the box, and BRVR smiled and waved as Delibird flew off. A package arrived with merchandise from Shop and Squirtle. I quickly pressed A as that message appeared. I wondered what was inside as BRVR leaned inside the box and took out the items. "You got a Pikachu TVZ. The Pikachu TVZ has been displayed." A menacing and quite gruesome looking Pikachu TV was set up in replacement of my old Voltorb TV. It looked like a Pikachu head facing towards you, with its jaws wide open. Inside its mouth was the TV screen, with its fangs hanging over the top and bottom. It looked like the skin was tearing and ripping apart at places, like the TV screen was too large for its mouth. I was a bit shocked at how scary the TV looked. You got red wallpaper Z. The wallpaper has been displayed. I gasped when the wallpaper was put up. It was dark red, like dried blood. Pikachus, with sick, twisted smiles, were repeated all across it. They were bright red like freshly drawn blood. I was beginning to worry. You got Pikachu Doll Z. The doll has been displayed. I winced with fear when I saw the morbid Pikachu placed on top of one of the shelves. It had the same eerie grin as the Pikachus on the wallpaper, except with long fangs. Its eyes were small, ruby red, and dilated. The tip of its tail curved inwards like a hook, and it had sharp-looking claws. Numerous, dried streaks of blood ran the length of its body. You got Pikachu Doll Z. The doll has been displayed. You got Pikachu Doll Z. The doll has been displayed. You got Pikachu Doll Z. The doll has been displayed. The same sequence happened over and over until the entire room was filled with the disturbing Pikachu dolls. They replaced all of the other dolls. BRVR got up and looked around the room. He nodded in satisfaction and walked towards the TV. I sat in my chair stricken with fear. Even though it had been years since I've played the game, I knew that these items were not in it.
Pika!
A threatening and commanding call came from Pikachu. He was standing in front of the TV, giving me a glare. I knew he wanted me to go over there. I walked to the TV and turned it on. It opened to the report channel like normal. But to my horror, the screen looked like it had blood dripping down it. I changed the channels, one by one, and they all looked that way. I quickly opened up my diary, which in this game is the start menu, and I clicked on the TVS tab. I chose the Voltorb TV. But as soon as I did, my diary closed, without me pressing B. BRVR was staring at me with a threatening glare and shook his head disapprovingly. BRVR turned back to the TV and changed it to the Fortune channel. This channel seemed normal, except for the blood that was dripping down the screen. Choose your cookie. The words drifted by the bottom of the TV screen. I chose the top one, like I always do. The cookie floated down into the Chansey's hands and cracked open. Do you really want to know your fortune? The words appeared on the screen. I froze with fear. Something about that fortune seemed eerie. It appeared that the Chansey on the screen was laughing. BRVR changed the channel again. He changed it to the relaxation channel. Instead of the fluffy Marie, what greeted me were morbid Pikachus that looked just like the dolls, jumping over the fence. I quickly pressed B and went back to the center of the room. Normally, BRVR would turn around and motion me to come back and watch it with him. But this time, he didn't seem to care. I walked over to my old painting, a beautifully coloured Jirachi surrounded by a cute Pikachu border hung against the wall. I sighed with relief. At least one thing was still normal. I took a few moments to stare at the old painting, mostly because I didn't want to look at the gruesome wallpaper or the horrifying dolls. BRVR is looking at the painting too. Chills went through my spine as that message appeared. Even though it was normal for your Pikachu to stare at your painting with you. I pressed B, and sure enough, BRVR was standing in front of the painting. It seemed like he had a sad expression, like he was remembering long-lost memories. He turned to me, still with the same depressed expression. He looked like he was about to cry. I felt sorry for him, and I wished that there was something I could do to cheer him up. BRVR then walked up to me and asked me a question, which is normal for your Pikachu to ask you a question every now and then. But what made my blood chill was what he asked. BRVR wants to know if you still love him. It had an O for yes, an X for no option. BRVR has never asked that before. Immediately, I clicked O. He smiled, and then bent over laughing. I was a bit confused as to why he was having a laughing fit. When he was done laughing, he looked back up at me with an evil smile. A message appeared at the top of the screen. BRVR knows when you're lying. He turned back to watch the TV. By this point, I didn't know what to do anymore. I knew for sure that all this wasn't supposed to be happening. I thought that maybe if I restarted my GameCube, everything would go back to normal. I got up and reached for the restart button. But when I pressed it, nothing happened. I pressed it a second time, and still nothing. The game cannot be reset right now. The message appeared on my screen. My heart stopped beating for a second. After dumbly staring at the screen for a solid minute, I sat back down and decided I would continue playing. Might as well see where this goes, I whispered to myself. I just looked around the room for about a minute. Other than the wallpaper, dolls and TV, everything seemed to be the same. I tried to smile while looking at the old Pokemon Mini and posters, but I couldn't bring myself to. The normally cute and cheerful music seemed to make the room more dark and disturbing. It looked as if all the morbid dolls had their eyes focused on me, like they were about to reach out and grab me, then slowly tear apart and devour my flesh. BRVR wants to go outside. The message appeared on the top of the screen. Before I could do anything though, BRVR went outside and the game forced me to follow him. My breath caught in my throat when I went outside. The sky was blood red, with even darker red clouds swirling in it. Strewn all across the lawn were dead Pokemon corpses. I couldn't tell what many of them were. Most of their limbs were torn off, their faces shredded, entrails everywhere. I felt sick, like I was about to throw up. BRVR circled around them, then turned to me and gave me an evil grin. He walked up to me and asked a question. BRVR wants to know if you like what he's done to the place. I immediately clicked X. His sick grin deepened even more. He walked over to a skitty corpse and threw it at me. Its body parts broke off and flew everywhere as it bounced off the screen. After many agonizing minutes of being forced to watch BRVR toy with the dead body parts, he walked over to the garden. When we stepped into the garden, 2 plants were fully grown. Instead of fruits, though, they had grown Pikachu heads. BRVR plucked one and started to slowly eat it. My lunch started to rise up my throat. I tried to turn away from the gruesome sight, but something glued my eyes to the screen. After taking his time, BRVR walked over and ate the other head. Once he was done, he cast me a wicked smile and leapt out of the garden. Again, I was forced to follow him. BRVR was apparently done messing around outside and went straight back inside. I was hoping he was done and we would just stay inside. I now much preferred the morbid dolls over the body parts. But he wasn't done showing me the world he had created. Not yet. Almost as soon as we went inside, BRVR went immediately to the back door. Guess who was forced to follow yet again? When we went outside, there weren't any more corpses, much to my relief. But the sky was still an ominous blood red. When I tried to go back inside, he wouldn't let me. BRVR would just turn and give a disapproving shake of his head. So I was forced to stand there. The Viridian Forest bus pulled up, and BRVR walked up to it without me. I didn't even click on it. The transition played normally, the bus riding over the map to the Viridian Forest. But when we got there, the whole forest was on fire. Dead Pokemon were laying everywhere as the trees wildly burned, their bodies charred black by the flames. BRVR seemed unaffected by the blazing fire. He skipped over to the patch of mushrooms. They looked like they were bleeding. BRVR ate one without asking for permission and gave a satisfied nod when he was done. And then he ran over to the bell that starts the Pokemon concert. Instead of BRVR being surrounded by Clefairies, he was surrounded by those morbid Pikachu plushes. Using the bells, they played the most haunting and blood-chilling tune I'd ever heard. I was awestruck. It sounded so beautiful, yet so horrifying. It was high-pitched and made my ears ache. But I was in a trance and couldn't think to turn the volume down. After what seemed like years, the play was finally over. Glancing around, BRVR seemed satisfied with the burning forest and headed back towards the bus. Again, I was forced to stand outside my house while I awaited the next horrors BRVR would inflict upon my eyes. I thought he would want to take the Mount Snowfall bus, but he had other ideas. He just let that bus pass. Instead, he decided to take the bus to Cobalt Beach next. Same simple transition. Same horrifying scene. The beach was littered with pieces of corpses of the Pokemon you would normally find roaming around there. The ocean looked like blood, and floating in it were more body parts from the dead Pokemon. It then became apparent to me BRVR didn't like other Pokemon. We then played a game of tic-tac-toe. Instead of rocks, we used internal organs for the pieces. BRVR beat me by a long shot. Although, that was because I couldn't think straight, using entrails as X's and O's while being surrounded by dead corpses. He laughed when he beat me, like this was all normal and supposed to be happening. Then, for just a brief moment, a look of regret and sadness swept over his face. I felt a longing to reach out and comfort him, so I used the C-stick to pet him. But as soon as the cursor touched him, his normal, infuriated and demented look came back. He ran off, over to the fishing area, with a little person called me unwillingly following behind. BRVR stood on his rock and threw out his fishing line into the blood ocean. He waited for a bite. I did nothing, for there was nothing I could do. But he turned and gave me a menacing glare, like I was supposed to be helping him. That's when I remembered the bait. I clicked on the jar labelled bait, but instead of a chocolate glazed donut, I got a rotting brain. It was falling apart and covered in a greenish-brown mould, yet it was still throbbing. I quickly tossed it into the ocean. Shortly afterwards, BRVR caught something on his line. With a great yank, the creature came flying out of the ocean. I swear to God, this creature shall forever haunt my dreams. It looked like an oversized, dark purple Magikarp, but it was foaming at the mouth, while a green, acidic blood poured out from its numerous gashes all along its body. Multiple organs clung to the many spikes sticking out from its body. Parts of its scales had been scraped away, exposing muscle underneath. And some parts of the muscle looked like they'd been eaten, leaving bones sticking out. It flopped around and gasped for air while disturbing, gurgling sounds emitted from its mouth. I screamed when I saw the vile creature. BRVR turned to me as if he had heard me and grinned. He slowly climbed down from the rock, taking as much time as possible to let the wretched creature suffer that much more. And then he started to eat the Magikarp while it was still alive. I screamed again and covered my mouth as my eyes were forced to watch the gruesome sight. Once he was done with his meal, he turned back to me and smiled a happy, playful smile. I couldn't believe this monster was once my close, virtual friend that I looked forward to seeing every day after school. After that traumatizing event, BRVR cheerfully skipped along down the beach, back to the bus stop singing Pika Pikachu. His merriment made the situation that much more horrifying. While waiting for the Mount Snowfall bus, BRVR stood in the middle of the walkway staring at me. His face was blank and showed no signs of emotion. Even though I knew he couldn't hear me, I whispered, "Why are you doing this?" A tear started to fall down my face. BRVR made this world to please you. My blood turned to ice when that message appeared at the top of the screen. BRVR casted me another sick, twisted grin that stretched from cheek to cheek. More tears started to sneak their way down my face. The Mount Snowfall bus finally arrived. I don't know if I was happy at the sight or petrified at the thought of facing another gruesome scene. Same things as before. Innocent transitions. Not so innocent sights. Frost-bitten carcasses lay strewn out ungloriously across the frozen land. Most half buried in snow. Surprisingly, there was no blood or entrails laying about. This area had a more sad atmosphere than morbid. BRVR slowly walked over to where Kecleon and Jigglypuff would normally sing. But since they were dead and buried under the snow, who knows where, he took their place. BRVR sang the most beautiful, yet saddest song I'd ever heard. His harmonious voice sounded like violins playing the most tear-jerking tune I ever heard. He had a depressed and sorrowful yet focused expression while he sang the tune, which is just what the song sounded like. I couldn't control the tears that started flooding down my face while he sang. My poor, emotional heart broke in two listening to this sorrow-drenched melody. After what seemed like an eternity, BRVR finally vanished. He looked me dead, straight in the eyes, with the most sorrowful, depressed, and utterly hopeless expression anyone had ever seen. I longed so much to hold him in my arms and comfort him, but he quickly turned away and ran towards the second half of Mount Snowfall. We stood in front of the ruins of truth. For many moments, BRVR just stood dead still while staring at the ruins. Then he glanced at me, a deep, meaningful look in his eyes, and ran inside. It was jet black inside, like it was supposed to be. He used a thunderbolt to light up the electric flowers, which caused the entire ruins to light up. All along the walls, ceiling, and floors, many different words were written in blood. Help me. Why? I must die. Kill me. It's so cold. I'm so lonely. Where is he? Come back. Why can't I die? BRVR walked over to the other side of the ruins where the true or false tablet stood. I was forced to click on it. BRVR was abandoned by his best friend years ago, to be replaced by a new best friend, and was left to rot alone in this virtual world. True or false? I finally understood what all of this meant. All those words written on the walls. They were from BRVR. This was all my fault. I left him, my best friend, to die alone. No, he couldn't even die if he wanted to. He was forced to drag out his miserable existence over years. I didn't blame him for wanting revenge on me. I deserved this. I slapped myself across the face. What was I thinking? BRVR and Pokemon Channel was just a game. I wasn't supposed to devote my life to them. They were only meant to be created to amuse and entertain the mind of a child. They were not real. I took a moment to ponder over my last statement. They weren't real. I thought about all the things BRVR had done to traumatize me and get revenge for abandoning him for so long. Hell, this was all just too real. I selected O for true, because it was. I admitted to abandoning BRVR and leaving him alone to rot. Instead of the tablet sinking back into the ground, it glowed green, as if in approval with me. The screen slowly faded to black, except for BRVR. He stood in the center of the screen, with a tired, angry, yet sad expression. I didn't know what to think of him anymore. I hated him, and wished I really could kill him. But I felt sorry, and wanted with all my heart to help him, help to make things better. BRVR feels the same way about you. Those messages didn't shock me anymore. If anything, I was expecting it. After a few long moments of just staring at each other, I finally started to lose it. What are you going to do with me now? I asked. BRVR wants you to suffer the same way he did, the game answered. He casted me one last wicked grin, the widest and most grotesque I'd ever seen. And the screen cut to black. After a moment, the title screen appeared. The continue button was gone. I sighed in relief that this horrifying reunion was over. I got up and looked back at my desk. On it was a Pikachu Doll Z. I'm a driver for a not-so-well-known delivery company based in a small city in southern USA. I deliver almost anywhere within a 25-mile radius of the city, and I'm one of 8 drivers they employ. It's the only company of its name, so I'll not disclose it, or the city name, for our protection. We all drive big, old vans in various states of disrepair and deliver to companies and homes, sometimes in suburbia, sometimes out in the middle of nowhere. This particular day, all of my deliveries happened to be out in the middle of nowhere. I'm still in training, so they reasoned it as a way to get me acclimatized to the type of driving and make sure I could handle it safely. I'm not sure it could have gone any worse for me though. When you're out in the open road for so long, on the back roads and dirt paths, you can become complacent, lethargic, and tired. All of these are dangerous, especially for someone like me, who's used to driving a small 2-door Honda Civic, and not a 10-foot tall, screaming metal death trap. So imagine yourself in my shoes. 15 to 30 minutes between homes for deliveries. 12 packages to deliver in a day, as quickly as possible. And mostly tranquil back roads with little to no activity. You'd probably get some highway hypnosis like I did. It was nearly nightfall at this point, and I only had 1.5 hours left to deliver everything and report back to the station. I passed a delivery stop about 3 miles back. I still remember what happened next with vivid clarity. I muttered "shit" under my breath, cursing myself for being so neglectful to my own duties. Suddenly, moments after snapping out of my stupor and cursing myself, a large figure slinked out of the tree line to my left and moved across the road in front of me. "Shit!" I screamed, now panic and adrenaline coursing throughout my body, in a static shock that seemed to slow time around myself and my old faithful van. I managed to swerve just in time to avoid the creature. Tyre marks etching themselves in the road, the tyres making an ungodly screeching noise as I righted myself and tried to take back my side of the road. I came to a stop outside of a long, narrow gravel driveway, one my van definitely wouldn't fit down, at least not without a large risk for tipping into the ditch on either side. I recognised the address on the mailbox at the end of the driveway. I had a package to deliver there. I stayed in my van for a moment, wondering if it was my anxiety and drowsiness coming together for a vivid hallucination, one that felt real. But a hallucination it had to be. After all, where I live, There's nothing like bears or mountain lions. Nothing that would be as large as what my mind had tricked me into believing I'd seen. I spent the next 5 minutes in my van, calming myself down, drinking some water and slapping myself awake, constantly reassuring myself things like, it was just your mind playing tricks on you, or you're tired, you've been at this for 5 hours and didn't sleep well. I'd finally mustered up the courage to exit the van, package in hand, and began to walk down the seemingly infinite driveway. Of course, the driveway itself only took a minute to walk down as I approached the house. A few lamps dotting along the driveway with an interesting smelling scent. Due to company policy, we can only walk up paved ways towards the house unless there is no available path to the area of delivery specified by the customer. Though, in this case, I think it might have saved my life. I walked down the driveway at a pace one might consider to be a jog instead of a walk. And upon arriving at the customer's door, I gave a soft knock. For the sake of privacy, I'll refer to the customer as the nickname my co-workers had given him. Delivery for Mr. One-Eye. There are plenty of stories my co-workers have shared about Old One-Eye, but most of them was something along the lines of, Old One-Eye is a weird motherfucker, and variations thereof. I had never delivered to Old One-Eye, and had always been interested in meeting him since I'd first heard the tales of him. An old Navajo Native American medicine man, from what stories he's relayed to my co-workers. I noticed, as I waited at Old One-Eye's front door, that there was the tattered remains of something in the front yard. As best I could tell in the low light, it was straw and splintered wooden logs. A shed in front of Old One-Eye's house, maybe. Why would he tear it down? I didn't think much of it after this, and gave another knock, louder this time. Mr. One-Eye, I've got your package outside. Are you home? The only light on the old man's porch was a singular electric bulb overhead, which seemed like it was on its last legs. Surprising, considering most amount of light on this property came from the lamps. I noticed one, apparently unfueled, on the front porch. I knocked once more, apparently harder than I had intended, as the door slowly creaked open. Mr. One-Eye, I'm with the delivery service. I didn't mean to open your door, it just kind of... All at once, a horrible stench assailed my nostrils. I saw a tall figure shift in the low light of the house. And as I opened the door fully, I saw the unholy scene laid out inside. I saw Old One-Eye, or more accurately, what used to be Old One-Eye. He looked like he'd been mauled by something. Something that wanted to do more than just harm or eat him. His living room had been torn to shreds. His clothes had been ripped off almost completely in the front, and his torso and face. Oh God, I can't bear to describe it to you. But I did notice what was in the room with him now. It looked like a wolf had an unholy child with a crocodile. And what came out stood on 2 wolf legs, had the scaly exterior of a crocodile, mixed with dark, coarse fur, and its gaping maw held teeth. So many teeth. Teeth that didn't belong in a wolf's mouth. Crooked and hooked, and some of them looked as though they fought for dominance in the wolf's maw, growing into each other, pushing each other out of the way. The image of this thing will be burned into my mind for the rest of my life. And if there is an afterlife, maybe for all of eternity. I did notice something then, even worse than that. Hooked into one of its claws on its, for lack of a better word, hands, was the remaining eye Old One Eye had left. It was as if this creature had a vendetta against the old medicine man. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to think. I knew I couldn't save him, he was already dead. I thought I couldn't save myself. I dropped the package and ran, sprinting down the stairs from his door and down the walkway to the driveway. Still bound to the rules of my company, even in this life or death scenario. I heard a blood-curdling, almost deafening screech from behind me in Old One Eye's house. It sounded like a woman screaming for her life, a wolf howling, and the sound of metal scraping against metal, all mixed into one soul-shattering cry. I'd made it to the driveway when I heard footsteps and the clacking of claws against stone shortly behind me. I dove down on instinct, trying to curl myself into a ball to protect my vital areas. And the impact of landing on the gravel not only cut me, but knocked the breath out of me. I gasped for air in the gravel driveway, in pain, and trying desperately to get some amount of oxygen into my now aching lungs. I had expected death, or the slow approach of a malevolent creature coming to take pleasure in my demise. It never came. After a few moments of catching my breath and fearing for my life, I glanced up. The creature was there. Its unnatural presence looming just at the edge, where the walkway met the driveway. It came no closer. At first, I assumed it was just taking its time. Some sort of sick pleasure in stalking and killing me. But it never did. It just stood there. Sometimes pacing, sometimes lunging in my general direction. But never past the lanterns. The pain, the aches, the adrenaline wearing off. The knowledge that somehow, some way, I was safe. I suppose it all overwhelmed me, and I passed out. All I know is the next thing I remember was waking up just before sunrise today, the sky opening up to the light. My back and neck were stiff as a board and sore beyond belief in old One Eye's driveway. I got up in a daze, as if a man possessed grabbed one of the lamps near the driveway and went towards my van. I noticed that there were huge gash marks all across the van, and the passenger side window had been shattered. I inspected the van, just to make sure whatever it was hadn't set up in there to ambush me. Once I'd made sure I was safe, I entered the driver's side door and sighed a breath I hadn't realised I was holding. The events of the day overwhelmed me, and I bawled like a baby in the car for some time. I'm not sure how long I sat there. I checked my phone. 15 missed calls from my boss. He could wait though, as I called the authorities to report the mauling of the medicine man. I couldn't tell them that some creature, almost as tall as my van and as unnatural as to seem from the gates of hell itself, had mauled him. So I told them that a starving coyote was what did it. They came around and they questioned me, as I was the only witness, which looked bad on me, of course. But after witnessing the man's body and the state of my van, well, they knew no human could do something like this. They said it was probably a pack of coyotes, and I must not have remembered rightly. No way one coyote could have done this. I simply nodded my head, lying that I couldn't remember much of the night's events. Acted like I was in shock. They called my boss and explained the situation as well, and told him I'd call him personally later, after they'd called the paramedics for me. My boss came to retrieve the now beat-to-hell van. I went off to the hospital, and that's where I type this now. I felt as if I should share this story because I can see the creature. When I close my eyes to sleep, it's there. When I look at a patch of darkness, it contorts to become the creature for just a moment. I see it out of the corner of my eye. I know it's coming for me. It remembers who I am. I think that it had remembered old One Eye. I think it took his eye originally, and it came back to finish him off. Maybe it held a grudge against him. I don't know. I just know that I'm next. Each time I see it someplace, it becomes more vivid. Until just an hour ago, I was gazing outside the hospital window, and I noticed the tree line across the road shift as the sun began to set. I've lit the lamp, and the same interestingly soothing smell hit my nose. I'm safe, at least for a time. I don't know how long I'll have until the lamp runs out and it has its chance to get me. I just need others to know about this thing, in case it comes after them too. The lamps are filled with ginseng, cactus flower, and garlic. I can't keep it at bay forever, unless I get more kindling for the lamp before it gets to me. But even then, I'm probably just prolonging the inevitable. For most people, high school rushes by in a complete blur. And later in life, those 4 years are reduced to a handful of memories. And those memories get blurrier and blurrier the older we get. But not for me. Not one memory. The summer between my junior and senior year in high school was one of the best, right up until the end. 3 weeks before the beginning of the year, the varsity football team left for a week-long training camp. It was pretty vigorous, with 2 and 3 a day practices throughout. But generally, it was a good experience. Bonding with new friends, sharing downtime with old ones, and grinding through the strain with teammates. By Wednesday, I was exhausted. Most of the guys were still up, talking loudly and boisterously about girls, beer and cars. 3 topics seniors in high school always pretend to know far more about than they actually do. Normally I'd have been right there with them, laughing and yelling far louder than any of us should. Tonight though, I was just too damn tired. I walked out of the showers and past the break room, the ruckus still ringing out down the hall, and I went straight to the bunks. There was one large bunk room for the 50 or so players on the team. The room was packed with rows of bunks, all a bit closer than any of us would have liked. When I got to my bed, I dropped my towel and put on a pair of comfortable gym shorts, leaving my towel on the floor. I collapsed, face down on my bunk. Between the hard labours of the day and the fresh, warm feeling from just stepping out of the shower, I couldn't have taken more than 30 seconds to fall asleep. When I awoke, the lights had been turned out, and gentle snoring could be heard from all around. Anyone who's ever slept in a large group of people knows the setting. It's oddly comforting, like nothing could go wrong while you're all together. But I was quickly going to find out that it could. I think it was about 2 a.m. I'm not sure. I just wanted to get back to sleep before morning practice. When I first saw something move, I assumed it was just the light playing tricks on me. You know, like when a coat hanger looks like a hooded figure standing in a corner. It wasn't until I tried to move my head to get a better look that I realised I couldn't. I tried to roll over, tried to sit up, wiggle my toes or fingers, but I couldn't. I was paralysed. That's when I saw it again, like a shimmer. But instead of light, it was darkness. Almost like small wisps of entirely opaque black smoke. And then, in the darkness, something materialized out of it. It looked human, but not quite. It consisted of the same black material and stood about 5 or 6 feet tall. It was far too thin, with elongated bony limbs and knobby joints, and there was no face on it. As I stared at this thing, slowly moving through the room, I saw another, moving just behind it. Then another, and another. The room was full of them. I watched them, shuffling around the room. Slowly, but as if each had somewhere specific to be. One by one, each of these shapes found their destination and stood over a bunk. As they stood, they would lean in, pressing their face right up against that of the bunk's occupant. I couldn't see what they were doing or what was happening, but it was so unnerving. My body screamed to move, run, flee, escape. And I couldn't do any of those things. And that's when I saw mine. The figure slowly walked up to the side of my bunk and paused before slowly starting to lower its face towards me. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. All I could do is stare helplessly back. Right before the hideous thing reached my face, it stopped. It was frozen for a second. My mind screamed in complete animalistic fear, stuck in fight or flight, unable to do either. Without any warning, the creature recoiled in horror, bringing its hands, if you could call them that, up to its face as it stepped back. I looked around the room. All of the things had turned and were looking at me. They all turned as one and began making their way towards me, slowly, in the same manner as before. They closed around me from every direction, each one inching closer and closer and closer. When I could see scarcely anything other than their horrible faces, I heard them speak, like a whisper, but overpoweringly loud.
This is why you see us.
Then they closed in, and all I could see was absolute blackness. I jolted awake, a cold sweat covering every inch of my body. Coach had flipped on the lights and was yelling at groggy players to get their gear on and get outside. I got up and pulled my equipment on. I was the first on the field, since I didn't have any trouble waking up. Throughout the practice, I managed to push it out of my mind as just a nightmare. And the rest of the week went by in a blur. Having chalked the unnerving experience up to nothing more than a scary dream, I soon regained focus and started working my ass off. That kind of hard work makes the days go slow, but the week go fast. Before I knew it, we were back on the bus, headed home. I sat near the front of the bus with a couple of friends. Having put the grueling week behind us, we were thoroughly looking forward to getting back to our last couple weeks of summer. And then, onto our senior year. We felt on top of the world, talking about anything and everything. To be honest, when I really think about it, I can't remember anything we actually talked about. really. The only thing I remember is looking up out the front of the bus and wondering why the truck in front of us had turned around and was facing us. That was the last thing I remember. I woke up 6 days later in a hospital bed. The bus had been struck by an oncoming semi. The driver had fallen asleep. I'd lost the use of both of my legs. My football days were over. But it was my last season anyways. Feels wrong to complain since I was the only one who survived the wreck. It changed my life. My senior year came and went. I didn't take much joy in it with all my friends gone. When I graduated and wheeled across the stage, the ceremony paused for a moment of silence for everyone that was killed. Out of those 54 people, I was the only one there that day. I went on to graduate from a state college. Nothing too special. Met an amazing girl while I was there and we married a few years later. We had 2 kids, a girl and a boy, and have given them an amazing life, I like to think. I settled into a decent job too. It wasn't great, but it allowed me to support my wonderful family and give them enough for them to be happy. It took me a couple of years, but eventually I regained the use of my legs, albeit pretty limited. I'll never run again, but all things considered, I think I've lived a pretty normal, happy life. I never thought about that dream much more. I later learned through some random conversation what sleep paralysis is. Having something to describe what happened to me so perfectly pushed away any doubt from my mind that it was ever anything more than an ill-timed nightmare. That was close to 20 years ago now. This weekend I've taken my family out to a one-room cabin for a vacation. It was supposed to be relaxing, but I'm sitting at the table with an old but familiar cold sweat, and I'm staring at my family with a creeping fear. It had been 20 years, but last night I saw them again. They stood over each member of my wonderful family, and then they turned as one and stared deeply into me. Their faces split across by a white, toothy smile that stretched the whole width of their faces. This time, none of them came to me. This time, they already knew. And this time, they didn't speak to me. And then they were gone. Sometimes, silence is worse.
We always expect life to be easier than it actually is. Why is that? Why do we assume we are owed happiness? Why do we act so surprised when things go wrong? Is it the society we live in? Is it the false advertising that surrounds us at all times? Is it because of the things we watch or the books we read? Why is tragedy always so shocking? Life is a slog of disappointment and misery. Sometimes we are graced with pockets of joy, brief respite from all the hardship. In these moments, we feel like we have figured out what the purpose of our existence truly is. Love, family, culture, travel, natural beauty. But it's all bullshit. Those fleeting hours of contentment are nothing more than a quick breath between beatings. It's a ray of hope that gets stuck inside our minds like a cancer. We hold onto it, we beg for it, we scream for it. During times of unbearable mental agony, having something to hope for is worse than if there was no hope at all. Hope is a lie. It's a disease that tricks our minds into thinking this painful reality is going to evaporate like a puff of breath on a cold wind. And let me assure you, reality is a brutal, bloody corpse. Now, you might be reading this and thinking, I'm not like this, I have a good life, a healthy family, and I'm financially secure. Let me tell you, I hope you enjoy your quick breath of clean air, because there's a bomb falling over your head. You might not see it yet, but it's descending at a tremendous speed. When you least expect it, it'll land and devastate your entire existence. It will destroy everything you leave, and it will leave you broken and weeping in the fucking gutter. Why am I telling you this? Why should you listen to me? Because the bomb has already dropped on me. Because the fallout is unbearable, and I can't seem to find a gasp of clean air in this toxic wasteland of life. My throat burns, my eyes water, and I can't speak for fear of tearing my silenced throat. My wife is dead. She died a year ago and left me alone to raise our little girl, Heather. Heather is all I have left. She's the gas mask I struggle to hold on to. She's the choked cries of desperation I emit from between bloody teeth. Heather is 5 now. We did our best to recover from the pain of my wife's death, a loss of a companion, a removal of a mother. I shudder to think my daughter has to face the bloody blade of life at such a young age. She needs to be sheltered from it. She needs protection. And for a while, I thought I was providing that. But that was before the nightmares started. That was before the tall dog. I scrubbed sleep from my eyes, rolling in the darkness to check the clock. 3 a.m. I groaned and pulled myself from the warmth of my sheets. Heather was crying from her room, calling my name. She must have had a bad dream. In a daze, blinking sleepily, I shuffled out of my room and down to hers. The house was silent, and my feet scuffed over the cool, hardwood floors. Heather never has bad dreams, I thought, yawning. Did I let her watch something scary before bed? I entered her room, the space illuminated by a pink ballerina nightlight, and went to my daughter's side. She was curled up in a ball with her hands over her face. She was sniffling, and her pillow felt damp with tears. Cooing, I scooped her up and told her everything was okay. After she calmed down some, I asked her if she had a nightmare. She looked up at me with big teary eyes and nodded. She hugged me and asked if she could sleep in my bed. I told her of course. "It won't come in your room?" Heather asked me as I picked us both up off the bed. I paused. "Sweetie, what are you talking about?" She wrapped herself tight around me and whispered, "The tall dog." I didn't know what to make of it. The phrase was nonsense, and so I told her there were no dogs coming into the house and that we were safe. I felt her relax against me as I walked us back into my bedroom. I laid her down in my bed and stroked her hair until I heard the soft snores of sleep. I laid down next to her and exhaled heavily. Sleep returned to me in a rush of heavy fatigue. The next day, life resumed its predictable repetition. I got Heather ready for school and then rushed to prepare myself for work. I left her downstairs in front of the TV, happily munching on some toast as I scurried to shower and shave. It was like this every morning, but I was used to the frantic pace. As I threw my sports jacket on and bustled into the hallway to go downstairs, I paused. I bent down and wet my thumb with my tongue. I scrubbed it along the hardwood floor, wiping away a streak of dirt that ran toward Heather's room. I grit my teeth and reminded myself it wasn't a big deal. She was 5 years old and couldn't be expected to remember to take her shoes off all the time. Standing, I hurried down the stairs and collected my daughter to begin our day. I switched off the TV and grabbed Heather's pink Barbie backpack, asking her if she had to go to the bathroom before school. When she said she didn't, I snatched the car keys off the kitchen counter and ushered her to the front door. As I followed Heather out, I hesitated, my hand freezing before I closed the door all the way. I stuck my head back inside and listened. I could have sworn I had heard something from upstairs. After a second, I shrugged and closed the door, locking it tight. The day passed like so many before it. The hands on the clock pushed forward triumphantly and finally announced the end of the workday. Not long after the trumpets of freedom were blown, I found myself at home once again. I ordered pizza for us, a rare delicacy to my daughter, and spent the evening watching children's shows on Netflix. I barely saw the images on the screen, the fatigue from the day washing over me in heavy waves. A stomach full of pizza didn't help either. Heather shifted and snuggled into me, resting her head against my chest. I smiled and kissed her shoulder, telling her that after this episode it was time for bed. She put up her usual resistance, but I battled it valiantly. That was something I'd had to learn how to do. My wife had always been the one to say no, and knew when to say enough was enough. I was always the softie, allowing Heather to get away with a multitude of activities. It was hard to say no to her, her big cute brown eyes brimming with innocence. My dad heart melted every time, and I would eventually cave, begging her not to tell her mother. But after the brain tumor took my wife away from us, I'd had to learn how to balance my daughter's requests with fatherly affection and parental standards. I thought I had found a reasonable balance. With each passing day, I would discover another piece of the puzzle, and take another step closer to becoming a functional single parent. When the show ended, I told Heather to go upstairs and brush her teeth and get ready for bed. Groaning, she obeyed, and I began to pack up the kitchen. I placed our plates in the dishwasher and threw out the empty pizza box. I checked my watch and saw that it was almost 11. I sighed, not realizing how late it had gotten. I should have put Heather to bed 2 hours ago. I sighed. It wasn't the end of the world. After the kitchen was clean, I turned off all the lights and made sure the front door was locked. Satisfied, I climbed the stairs and went to check on Heather's progress. To my delight, I found her already in bed and asleep. I went to her and gently kissed the top of her head, smiling to myself. She really was a good girl. I turned on her nightlight and closed the door behind me. I went to my own room and prepared myself for bed. As I slid into the cool sheets, I decided that tomorrow after school I would take Heather to the park so she could ride her bike along the community bike trail. Content with my plans, I closed my eyes and drifted off to sleep. Darkness, haze, groggy. I slowly peeled my eyes open in the black, head spinning. Why was I awake? What time was it? I rolled over and looked at the clock. 3 a.m. I blinked and closed my eyes, deep drowsiness filling my body like a hard liquor. Heather was crying. I forced my eyes open again. That's why I was awake. I pulled myself into a sitting position and scrubbed my face with the palms of my hand. Why was she crying? Another nightmare? As I stood, I prayed that this wasn't going to turn into a regular thing. I stumbled around in the darkness and pulled my door open. I stepped out into the hall and paused, cocking my head towards the stairs. I thought I heard something moving downstairs. Another wave of cries from Heather's room forced me back into motion, and I shuffled down the hall and opened her door. The room was bathed in soft pink light, the tiny ballerina illuminating the walls with a glowing body. I went to my daughter and knelt by her bed, whispering softly that Daddy was here and everything was okay. She wrapped her arms around my neck and hugged me tight, soft sniffles escaping her bubbling nose. I stroked her hair and asked her if she'd had another nightmare. She pulled away and looked up at me, her eyes brimming with tears. "Yes, Daddy, it was awful," she cried. "And when I woke up," she trailed off, struggling to get herself under control. My eyes melted. What is it, sweetie?" "When I woke up and the tall dog was whispering in my ear." I felt my stomach churn slightly. Prickles of unease rose along my arms like tiny mountains of fleshy fear. This was the second night in a row she had mentioned this tall dog. I didn't know what the hell she was talking about, what it was, but it was clearly bothering her. I wondered if someone at school had told her something or she had seen something scary on TV about a dog. Whatever it was giving my daughter nightmares, and I needed to find a way to make it stop. Suddenly, Heather squeezed my neck and I heard her gasp. Before I could react, she buried her face against me and started sobbing even harder, her whole body shaking. Confused, I pulled her off me and cupped her face in my hands. "What is it? What's wrong?" I asked urgently. Heather pointed behind me towards the open door. "It just peeked around the corner and it was looking at you." I spun around, my heart thundering. There was nothing there. Of course there was nothing there. Why would there be? Putting a hand over my chest, I forced myself to settle down. "There's nothing there, honey," I said. "It's just shadows. It's late. Do you want to sleep in my bed again?" Her eyes remained locked on the open door as she slowly nodded. I picked her up and rubbed her back as I walked us out of her room. There was nothing to be afraid of. She had just had a bad dream. As I walked down the hallway, I paused in the darkness. I looked to my right, down the stairs, down into the gaping maw of black. Did I hear something moving down there? Heather squeezed me tight and whispered into my ear, "It's going into the basement." I shifted her weight in my arms, her words sending a shiver of unease down my spine. I told Heather there was nothing down there. I brought her into my room and tucked her into bed. I sat beside her and rubbed her head until she drifted off to sleep. It took longer than it had the previous night, but once she was breathing easy, I went to my bedroom door and stepped out into the hall. In the dead of night, when surrounded by heavy darkness, fear has a way of making monsters out of the shadows. I forced myself to remain calm, reminded myself that I was an adult, and went and stood at the top of the stairs. I looked down, the enclosed staircase revealing nothing but the square black mouth at the bottom. I listened, holding my breath. Silence. I shook my head, telling myself that I was being ridiculous, and went back into my room. I closed the door and lay down next to Heather. I stared at the ceiling, my mind alert and awake. I knew I wasn't going to be falling asleep anytime soon. I pulled my phone off the nightstand and brought up the internet browser. After taking a moment to think, I searched the term tall dog. I scrolled through some dog show sites that popped up, and finally I found a link to a message board. I clicked it. My heart skipped a beat as I read the question at the top. My son keeps having nightmares and complains about something called the tall dog. Does anyone know what the hell this is? It's happened 3 nights in a row. It's driving me crazy. Help. The top answer sent a chill rocketing through my body. It read, "Your son is telling the truth. Get help. The tall dog is real and it will keep coming back. It's attracted to deep sadness and it will not leave your son alone until it gets what it wants. It is very dangerous. I know this sounds insane, but I'm telling you the truth. I've come across others who have encountered this thing. It is very real and very dangerous." I put my phone down and stared into the darkness. My heart was racing. This couldn't be true, could it? Every part of me wanted to write it off as a bizarre coincidence, but it was so specific that I couldn't. What am I supposed to do with this information, I thought. This is crazy. Stuff like this doesn't happen. It doesn't exist. And yet here I was, staring at a warning on my phone while my terrified daughter lay curled up next to me. It was unnerving. I turned on my side and stared at the closed bedroom door. Just outside the door were the stairs leading to the ground level. As I closed my eyes, I pictured something long and lanky pulling itself up them, its snout dragging along the wood. I forced the image out of my head and shivered. There was nothing out there. The next day, Heather didn't mention anything about the nightmares, and I didn't ask her. I wanted this to go away, and bringing it up in the daylight didn't seem like it would help my cause. I prepared her for school, and then got myself ready for work. As we left the house, I realised just how tired I was. The lack of sleep last night was taking its toll on me, and I made a mental note to stop and get some more coffee after I dropped Heather off. While I drove, my mind wandered back to the message board warning. In the daylight, it seemed a little silly. I pushed the fear back into the corner of my mind and scolded myself internally for being so irrational. I reminded myself again that I was an adult and didn't believe in monsters and things that go bump in the night. After I dropped Heather off, I went and got another cup of coffee and then drove to work. My brain accepted the caffeine gratefully, and as I sipped on the steaming liquid, I pondered what my wife would make of this whole thing. She'd probably say I was being stupid and to man up. The thought made me grin, and I suddenly missed her. Eventually, I pulled into the office parking lot and began my day. Being Friday, I was hoping I could leave a little early. The crisp morning air, a prelude to a possible beautiful day. I still planned on taking Heather to the park. I had hopes that the fresh air and sunshine would erase her nightmares, burning them away in a blaze of brilliance. Well, things didn't go as planned. Halfway through the day, I got a call from Heather's school. I sat, dumbfounded, as the principal told me I needed to come pick my daughter up. When I asked why, he informed me that Heather had started biting her classmates and wouldn't stop until a teacher forcefully pulled her off someone. I closed my open mouth, shock erupting across my face. There had to be some kind of mistake. My daughter didn't do things like that. The principal assured me that he was just as surprised as I was, but that she needed to be taken home for the day. The other kids were scared of her, and the parents were being notified. Great, I thought. I'll be the single dad with the violent child. As soon as the thought popped into my mind, I got angry with myself. Who cares what they think? I need to go see if my daughter is all right. I informed my boss of the phone call, and he nodded me out the door. I thanked him and told him I'd make it up on Monday before bolting for my car. As I drove, I tried to make sense as to the possible reasons why Heather would act out like this. She wouldn't just do it. One of the kids must have been picking on her. One of them must have provoked her. She wouldn't just start biting kids. I sat at a red light, anxiously drumming my fingers against the steering wheel. Something was going on with my daughter, and I needed to get to the bottom of it. First the nightmares and now this. Clearly, Heather was going through something, and as a responsible parent, I needed to find out what it was. I grit my teeth as the light turned green and I gunned the engine. I wondered if it had something to do with my wife. I wondered if this was Heather's way of coming to terms with her death a year later. I felt my eyes suddenly well up and my knuckles turned white. It wasn't fair that she'd been taken away from us. What had we done to deserve such sadness? What was going through Heather's young mind in the absence of her mother? What could I do to fill that sorrow? And then I started to panic. The creeping thoughts of Heather's upcoming teenage years. What if this was the end of our good relationship? What if she started blaming me for her mum's death? I knew she was only 5, but time has a way of preserving deep hurt and forming scars that never heal. I realised just how much I needed to be there for my daughter in these early years, these crucial developmental times. How I acted could make or break the way she viewed well, everything. As these thoughts scrambled my mind, I pulled into the school parking lot and was slammed with a realization that chilled me to the bone. I remembered the message board warning. The tall dog is attracted to deep sadness. I shook my head. No, don't start going down that road. That's insane and there's no such thing. She's forming waking nightmares in order to deal with what she's going through. Steeling myself, I ran into the school. Before I knew it, I was sitting in the principal's office, listening to him apologise for making such a big deal out of this, and that it was more for the other kids than Heather. I barely heard him, nodding as his words washed over me in waves of numb noise. Finally, a teacher led Heather into the room, and I scooped her up in a big hug. I kissed her on the cheek and saw that she'd been crying. I told her I loved her and that we were going to go home. She nodded silently at me, her big brown eyes filling with tears. I told the teacher and principal that I was sorry for the incident and assured them it wouldn't happen again. They both smiled and thanked me, but I saw something else behind their masks of public decency. Judgment. They saw me as a single father with no idea how to raise a little girl. They saw a struggling man with no answers. They saw someone who had lost his wife and was still finding a way to live without her. I suddenly got angry, a spike of adrenaline coursing through my veins, but I kept my mouth shut. I turned and left, hugging my daughter to me as I stormed out of the school. I didn't know if it was righteous anger or embarrassment, and I didn't care. They had no idea what I'd gone through, what I was dealing with. Who were they to judge me? I put Heather in the car and drove us home in silence. I fought to get myself under control. I reminded myself that this wasn't about me, it was about my daughter. She was the one who needed help. She was the one who needed loving support. We eventually arrived home and I checked my watch. It was almost 4. I abandoned the idea of going to the park and instead sat Heather down on the couch. I placed myself next to her and told her I needed to talk to her about what happened at school. "Sweetie, are you doing okay?" I asked gently, gauging her mental state. She looked at her hands and nodded. I cleared my throat. I was always so bad at this. "Is it true you bit those kids today?" I saw her lip quiver, and she slowly nodded without looking up at me. I sighed. "Honey, you can't bite. You know that, right? Why did you bite those kids?" She shrugged again, and I saw a tear roll down her cheek. "Be brave," I told myself. "You can't back out now." "Were you mad at them? Did someone say something mean to you?" She put one hand in her pocket and slowly shook her head, eyes still downcast. "Heather, can you look at me?" I asked softly. She turned her eyes to meet mine, and I saw she was crying openly now. She kept fidgeting in her pocket. "Can you promise me you won't do it again?" I asked. More tears ran down her cheeks and she cried, "I'm sorry, Daddy, I'm really sorry." I leaned down and kissed her on the head. "It's okay, honey. I know you're a good girl. Daddy loves you. Just please don't bite anyone again, okay?" She sniffled back, another outburst of tears, and her hand kept twisting in her pocket. I finally noticed and patted her leg. "What's in your pocket, Heather? You have something you want to show me?" She suddenly looked embarrassed and shook her head, but I prodded her, and after some coaching, she finally pulled out a handful of brown nuggets. I blinked, wondering why my daughter was carrying around a pocket full of dirt. Then my heart slammed so hard against my ribcage I thought it would break. "Sweetie," I said, trying to keep my voice under control. Is that dog food?" She balled her fist up and hugged the nuggets to her chest, staring at her feet that dangled down from the edge of the couch. "Where did you get that?" I asked, feeling a deep disturbance roll over me. "I found them," she answered quietly. And what are you doing with them in your pocket?" I asked, a flurry of nerves fluttering in my chest. Heather looked up at me. "They taste good." I forced myself to breathe and held out my hand, Why don't you let me hang on to those, and I'll make us an early dinner, okay? Reluctantly, she handed over the nuggets, and I plastered a smile to my face. I asked her if she wanted to watch some TV while I made dinner, and she offered me a small grin and nodded sheepishly. As I turned on her shows, I fought with the voice screaming in my head. Something was going on here. Something really, really awful was happening to my daughter. I didn't know what exactly, but the past couple of days seemed to mark a turning point in her behaviour. I started preparing dinner, begging myself to stop overreacting, but I couldn't shut it out. The nightmares, the tall dog nonsense, the biting, and now she was eating dog food? I didn't know what to do, didn't know what to say to her. I wanted to ask her about her mum, ask if she had been thinking about her recently, but I was afraid to. I didn't want to open up a wound that I couldn't close. What if she started asking questions I couldn't answer? What if her behaviour got worse? I began to wonder if I needed to take her to see a therapist. As the thought entered my mind, I violently slammed the door on it. There was nothing wrong with my daughter. She was just a vibrant little girl who had a few nightmares and bit a couple kids. So what? When I was her age, I'm sure I did things much worse and I turned out fine. Yes, but what is the tall dog? What does that mean? I shouted internally at myself to stop thinking about it. There was no such thing, and I needed to face the problems I could handle. I finished making dinner in mental agony and prepared 2 plates. I went to the couch and sat with Heather, both of us eating in silence as cartoon images danced on the screen. My mind flashed back.
When I woke up and the tall dog was whispering in my ear.
I grit my teeth around my food. I wasn't thinking about this bullshit anymore. I crawled into bed, mentally exhausted. It had taken me forever to get Heather to sleep. She had begged to sleep in my bed, but I told her no, and I'd keep my door open in case she woke up scared. I didn't want her to start forming bad habits. I rested my head against my pillow and stared out into the dark hallway from the crack in my door. I shut my eyes and said a silent prayer that Heather would sleep through the night. Maybe then all this would be over, and she would go back to being the little angel I knew she was. I didn't want to continue down this road of parental speculation and continue assuming that every little bad action was a foretelling of a bleak future for her. I let out a long breath and waited for the gentle arms of sleep to rock me into the world of dreams. It didn't take long. My eyes snapped open, bloodshot and wide. I was soaked in sweat, the horrific nightmare still clinging to my brain with razor-sharp claws. I rolled onto my back and swiped the sweat from my face. I swallowed hard and waited for reality to clear away the cobwebs of slumber. My heart was racing and I put a hand over my bare chest, willing it to slow. My wife. I had been dreaming about my wife. She'd been in a hospital bed, screaming my name and clutching her head. I had been beside her, crying, begging her to tell me what was wrong, but she just kept screaming. I began to scream for a doctor, and that's when I realised all the lights in the hospital were off and no one was in the halls. I kept screaming for help, pleading with my wife, until I finally heard a noise. From the blackness of the hall, a doctor in a bloody lab coat came crawling into the room on all fours. His eyes were wild and he started barking at me, his mouth foaming. I backed away from him, shock and terror rising in me like a dark mountain. The doctor lunged at me, teeth bared, and that's when I woke up. I pulled my hands across my face, forcing the images from my head. What a horrible nightmare. I realised my stressed mind was probably mixing all my current worries into a terrifying nighttime cocktail, sneaking up on me and pouring it down my throat while I slept. I looked over at the clock. 3 a.m. I snorted, eyes wide, grateful that at least this time it was me instead of Heather who had woken up tonight. If I could take her fears from her, I would gladly. I just needed to be careful that I didn't end up burning myself out. As I rolled on my side to face my door, I heard something from downstairs. Immediately, my mind exploded into alertness, the nightmare fear still fresh on my breath. I lay in silence, ear cocked and listening, my heart racing. There. It sounded like something was walking around. Get up. You have to get up, I thought, fear tingling in my stomach. It's probably nothing. It's probably the house settling. Maybe Heather got up for some reason or is sleepwalking. I pulled the covers off me and swung my feet over the side of the bed. I jumped as I heard more movement. What is going on? Tense and terrifyingly nervous, I crept up to the door. I paused, staring out into the empty hallway. I didn't hear anything. Slowly, I opened the door and went out into the hallway. Something was making noise at the bottom of the stairs. I balled my sweaty hands into fists and steeled myself. The house was impossibly dark, every corner filled with grinning black. The floor underneath my feet creaked as I slowly edged myself over to the top of the stairs. I looked down, and something was looking back up at me. I stifled a scream, terror clenching in my throat like an iron grip. My eyes bulged and my breath rushed from my lungs in a wave of cold fear. It was long and slender, its hairless body a sickly grey colour. It looked like a dog, but it was greater in length and bone thin. Its snout pointed up at me from the foot of the stairs, easily 2 feet in length. Its eyes were completely white and swollen in their sockets like bloated marshmallows. It was on all fours, its front 2 legs resting on the first 2 steps. As it gazed up at me, it began to pull itself upright. My knees turned to liquid, and I watched in absolute horror as it rose to stand on 2 legs, its head towering toward the ceiling. Its neck was long, too long for a dog, and it snarled at me, its mouth full of black needle-like teeth. It started slowly walking up the stairs towards me. I backed away in frantic desperation, unable to comprehend what I was looking at. I tripped over my own feet and fell, not able to tear my eyes away from the advancing monstrosity. As it neared the top of the stairs, it crouched back down on all fours, and I saw its swollen white eyes, pulsing with excitement. I tried to scream, but I found I didn't have the breath. It was the most terrifying thing I had ever seen, and every alarm in my head was blaring with furious urgency. I scooted backwards with my hands into the safety of my room and stood, grabbing the door and slamming it shut in one violent gesture. I stood with my back against the wood, sucking in hungry lungfuls of air. What the hell was that thing? What was it doing in my house? Where had it come from? Heather. Oh no. I pressed my ear to the door and heard footsteps pad down the hallway toward Heather's room. I scrambled in the dark for some kind of weapon. I grabbed my discarded work pants that were lying in a pile on the floor and slid the belt from the loops. I wrapped it around my knuckles, turning the buckle outwards. I went to the closed door and took a deep breath. I couldn't let that thing hurt my daughter. I opened the door and stepped out into the dark hall. My eyes scanned my surroundings, but I didn't see it. I knew it had to be in Heather's room. I cautiously crept down the hall, ears trained to pick up any sound of the creature. Heather's door was wide open, and the faint pink light drifted out from inside. I entered the room and froze. The monster, the tall dog, was on all fours by Heather's bed. Its snout was inches from her ear, and its mouth moved rapidly, but I couldn't hear any noise. It was like it was speaking directly into her dreams. Heather's eyes were shut, but she'd begun to stir, soft cries escaping her lips as the tall dog silently filled her mind. Suddenly, it realized I was in the room and whipped its head around. Its eyes seemed to vibrate in their sockets, thick white pus leaking from the gelatinous, milky scleros. It silently bared its teeth at me, its mouth filling with sharp, ebony darkness. I took a step back, feeling my throat tighten, and gripped the belt harder in my hand. I needed to get it away from Heather. My heart was seized in my chest, and my back was coated in a cold layer of sweat. I forced my knees to lock, and I licked my dry lips. The tall dog turned away from the bed and rose up on 2 legs, towering over me. Despite its appearance, it didn't move like an animal. Its balance was perfect, and its legs and muscles twisted and flowed with the confidence of a human. "What do you want?" I whispered, holding my ground as a trickle of sweat slid down my face. It leapt at me. I screamed, raising my hands to protect my face as its long body crashed into mine. I fell to the floor, its sinewy flesh pressing mine into the wood. Its breath was hot on my face, and stars exploded across my vision, my head bouncing on the ground. With the energy battered out of me, I blinked back into darkness and scrambled desperately, trying to get it off of me. It pinned me where I lay, its powerful legs digging into my sides. I looked up into its hideous face, and the white ooze pouring from its eyes dripped into my hair. It leaned down and opened its mouth, its jaws parting to reveal rows and rows of black teeth. I watched in horror as its throat began to open, folds of dark flesh parting like oil and water. And then I heard my daughter screaming from deep down inside,
Daddy, help me! Please! Don't let it take me! Daddy, please!
Heather's voice was shrill with panic, and it sent waves of chilling terror through my body. No, this wasn't happening. That wasn't my daughter. It couldn't be. Please, no. The tall dog snapped its jaws shut, and I shoved it off me, a surge of energy igniting my muscles. It skidded on all fours toward the open door, and I scrambled to stand, breathing heavily. "What did you do to her?" I screamed, shaking in fear and fury. "What have you done to my daughter?" The tall dog crouched and eyed me, sniffing the air. I waited for it to strike, waited for it to move. This creature was going to kill me, I knew that, but I was ready. I stood my ground in the dim light, trembling, accepting whatever happened next. Instead of charging me though, it turned away and sprinted down the hall. In shock, I listened to it crash down the stairs and onto the ground floor. More footsteps followed, then faded, and I realised that it was gone, leaving me shaking in horror. I turned to Heather, who lay motionless on the bed. I threw the belt onto the floor and went to her side, prayers flowing from my lips. Tears leaked down my cheeks as I grabbed Heather and lifted her head to rest on my lap. Her eyes were closed and her body was still. "Please, God, I'm begging you, no, no, no," I cried, my mind collapsing. "Heather, my angel, wake up. Daddy's here. Please, sweetie, wake up." I shook her, pleading, drool and mucus bubbling from my face as reality tore my exhausted brain in two. Suddenly, her eyes flickered, and then she opened them. She stared up at me, blinking rapidly as if she wasn't sure where she was. I let out a cry of raw relief and hugged her tight against me, more tears pouring from my eyes. I sobbed, rocking back and forth on the bed, clutching her to my chest. I thought I had lost her. I thought she had been taken from me. And then Heather began to bark. My bloodshot eyes widened, and I pulled her away to look at her face. Her eyes roamed around the room curiously, and her tongue lolled from the side of her mouth. Drool leaked from her lips as she sat in my lap, panting. She finally looked up at me and let out a series of yaps, all signs of humanity draining from her eyes. "Heather, stop it! Stop that!" I cried, shaking her. "Don't do that! It's okay! It's gone, sweetie!" But she didn't stop. She jumped from my arms and began to run in circles as if she were chasing an imaginary tail. She stopped and cocked her head at me, shouting a sharp bark as if she wanted me to play with her. I sat on the bed, watching her, and gripped my face with my sweaty hands. I began to scream. Heather will never be the same. That night I rushed her to the hospital and begged the doctors for help. After examining her and bringing in a multitude of specialists, they informed me that she wasn't in control of her mind any longer. They told me she would never regain it. Something had been taken from her that couldn't be replaced or repaired. I don't know how long they ran tests on her as I desperately expended all my options, desperate to try anything. I couldn't imagine a life without her. I couldn't imagine a life alone from her. I wept and prayed until I had nothing left to offer. Nothing changed, nothing helped, and I wondered if anyone had even noticed. You see, life is an unflinching monster. It doesn't care about you. It doesn't take your side. It simply is. It took my wife away and opened up a wound in my daughter's mind. A wound I didn't even have the courage to ask my daughter if it even existed. Something horrible had caught scent of that gaping wound. Something had grown hungry for it. It had entered our life and slipped into the gory cracks of my daughter's hidden, suppressed sadness. It had replaced her mind with its own and had devoured the fractured remains of a confused and hurt psyche. And I know I have lost Heather forever to it. So now I stand here, in the darkness, over my daughter's bed. I grip the pillow with shaking hands. Tears roll down my face and I beg God to forgive me. But whatever is laying in this bed, I know it's not my daughter. I found the bridge while walking through the woods. Now, I usually stick to the path, but today, my mind was elsewhere, and I accidentally wandered off the path and into the woods. When I looked up from my thoughts and surveyed my surroundings, I realised two things. I had no idea where I was, and it was getting late. I pulled out my phone and tried to find signal, to no avail. I really needed to get the thing replaced, but I didn't have the money for it. I sighed and slipped it back into my pocket. When I looked up again, I decided to try and retrace my steps. That's how I found the bridge. It was old and rickety looking, like it was made long, long ago. The nails holding it together were covered in rust and the wooden nails were struggling to hold together. It was splintering and warped, but somehow still standing. It reached over an old creek. I could probably jump over it if I needed to. I scratched my head as I looked the bridge over. Had I crossed it while I was wandering? I might have. But if I did, wouldn't I have noticed? I placed one foot on the bridge and it let out a loud squeaking groan in protest. I stepped back quickly, afraid that my foot would fall through. If I had crossed the bridge, I would have certainly noticed. I pondered for a moment before another thought occurred to me. Even if this bridge was old and nearly falling apart, it had to be near people, or at least a park or something. Maybe there was another trail nearby. For a moment, I debated just jumping the creek rather than putting my faith in a bridge that was, well, probably built during the time of pioneers. But vanity prevented me from taking the leap. I had just bought the shoes I was wearing and I didn't want to risk falling into the water below. My mind made up. I placed my foot on the bridge once again and added weight this time. It groaned and squeaked, but it held. I slowly added my other foot and it still held. Confident the bridge could hold my weight, I slowly made my way across. I cringed and tensed at each creak and groan, but eventually I stepped foot on solid ground again. I let out a sigh of relief and started walking. I reasoned that if I travelled in a straight enough line, I'd probably make my way to a path or a park. It took me a while before I realised something was wrong. It was quiet, and I mean dead quiet. I didn't hear a single bird chirp, a squirrel rustle in the trees, or even the sound of bugs buzzing. The wind had even fallen silent. Not a single branch rustled in the dead silence that surrounded me. My breath sounded like thunder in my ears as I looked around. I remembered hearing that when the forest falls silent, it usually means that a predator is near. But there are no predators where I live. Not even a feral dog or anything like that. I took a moment to compose myself. And there was a reason for this. I just couldn't think of it at the moment. Though the uneasy silence did give me reason to pick up my pace, my footsteps sounded so loud in that silence. I'd walked a good deal further when I was stopped again. This time by a smell. It was god-awful. I retched right there and nearly threw up my lunch. I took a moment to compose myself and looked around again. This smell was hard to place. My mind defaulted to rot at first, but that didn't entirely cover it. It was like rotting meat and plants, but also something more. Something I couldn't place. After a moment, I managed to compose myself and I began to power through the stench and march forward. It was starting to get dark and I really didn't want to be stuck in these woods all night. I walked further still, and I was stopped for a third time. This time, I wasn't stopped because I was disturbed. Not at first, at least. I stopped because I was relieved. Ahead of me was a figure. A figure that I couldn't quite make out yet, but it was the general size of a human. A bit short, but I couldn't think of what else it could be. As I made my way to them, I slowly came to a stop and took in a sight that froze my blood. The person, if it even was a person, was hunched over something. It took me a minute to realise what it was. It was a deer. The deer was covered in blood, and its glassy, lifeless eyes stared back at me. Judging by the sounds coming from the figure, it was safe to assume it was eating the deer. I slowly began to step back. Maybe, if I could get far enough away, I could make a mad dash in the opposite direction without it noticing me. And then a sound shattered the near-perfect silence of the woods. The sound of me stepping on a twig. How cliché. I froze, and so did the figure. As I watched it slowly rise up to its full height, it was massive. It had to be 8 or 9 feet tall. I saw that its skin was pitch black. Its limbs were long and thin, and its arms ended in massive hands the size of dinner plates, with long, thin fingers that dripped with blood. Its head was completely bald, and from where I stood behind it, I didn't see any ears. The thing, as there was no other way to describe what I was looking at, slowly turned towards me, and I felt my eyes bulge in my skull. Its chest was skinny, almost bone thin, but its gut bulged out like a balloon. Its face, if you could call it that, was not human. For a nose, it had 2 slits that opened and closed slowly. Its mouth was devoid of lips. Instead, there were rows of razor-sharp yellowed teeth that were stained from the blood of its latest meal. And the eyes. The eyes were the worst part. Those eyes were full of a hate crueler than anything I could ever describe. It was as if you condense all the hate of mankind into two glowing yellow bloodshot spheres. They pierced my very being, and I felt infinitely small under those eyes. Neither of us moved. It kept its evil eyes focused on me, totally unblinking. I didn't move out of terror. I was afraid that if I did, it would break whatever spell held it in place, and it would charge after me. It felt like we were standing there for hours, though it was probably only a few minutes. I don't know what finally broke the spell. Maybe another twig snapped, or maybe a particularly heavy leaf hit the ground. All I do know is that as soon as the spell was broken, I ran. I ran as fast and as hard as I could. I didn't even pick a direction. As I ran, I heard it behind me. That thing chasing me on all fours. It was gaining on me fast, and there was no way I could outrun it. That's when luck saved me. At that moment, my foot caught a branch and I hit the ground hard. As I did, I felt something soar over my head and crash into a tree, and a split second later, I heard a screeching that pierced my ears like glass. That screech was like 1,000 cries of rage and pain all at once. I looked up to see that the creature had slammed into a tree that fell on it, impaling it through the legs with one of its branches. The creature began lifting the remains of the tree off its body, and I quickly got to my feet and ran in the opposite direction. I had no idea what I was going to do. Maybe with its leg injured, I could outrun it for a while, but eventually I would tire. What about that thing? Would it tire? Would its leg wound even make a difference? My thoughts were interrupted by that god-awful screeching again. I was too scared to turn as I ran, but I was sure that thing was on my tail again. As I ran, I caught sight of something that gave me hope. The bridge. If I could cross it, then maybe the creature would follow and break through. The creek underneath wasn't deep, but it would probably slow that thing down long enough for me to escape. I wasn't completely convinced this plan was a good one, but I had no other hope. I made it to the bridge as the creature let out another screech. I spared a moment to look behind me, and I wished that I hadn't. If being stabbed through the leg had caused that thing any pain or discomfort, it sure didn't show it. It was charging at me full speed on all fours. A long black tongue dangled from its open jaws. It was panting like a deranged hound on the scent of a wounded animal. I didn't have time to slowly make my way across the bridge, so I decided to leap across, not trusting it to hold my weight as I ran. As I did, I felt the monster's claws caught my sneaker, and I fell to the ground hard. I rolled onto my back as the creature began dragging me towards its gaping jaws. I desperately searched for something to hold onto as I kicked the creature in the eyes with my other foot. As I struggled, suddenly my foot came free. My shoe had slipped off. The force caused the creature to lurch back, just slightly, and I used the moment to quickly scramble across the bridge, fully expecting that thing to fall on me and tear me to shreds. But it didn't. As soon as I made it all the way across, I leapt to my feet and turned back to see the creature hadn't followed me at all. In fact, it hadn't even set foot on the bridge. Instead, it sat there, glaring at me with those bloodshot eyes, clutching my sneaker in its clawed hand. As I watched, it slowly turned and retreated into the forest. I didn't have the energy to go any further, and I collapsed right there. I awoke later to sunlight hitting me in the eyes. I sat up and looked around. The events of the previous day slowly flooded back to me. I was still at the other side of the bridge. No evidence of what happened, other than my missing shoe. I slowly climbed to my feet and looked around. I wandered a bit more before I remembered my cell phone. I retrieved it from my pocket and checked for signal. As soon as I realised I had some, I used my GPS app and felt my face burn. According to it, I was only an hour's walk from a park. I made my way there and went home, physically and mentally exhausted, and totally unsure if what I saw was real or not. I don't really go on my walks anymore, and if I do go for a walk, I stick to walking around my neighbourhood or walking in the local parks. I only ever ventured into the woods once more. I brought a can of gasoline and a lighter. Finding the bridge was much easier this time. Or maybe I was just fated to find it. I never set foot on it. I didn't want to take any risks. When I lit the bridge, I heard it again. That same screech I heard that night. I shuddered and quickly left. I've made theories on what I saw that day. A Wendigo is the most likely explanation. A creature that possesses people and fills them with an unending hunger and forces it to eat the flesh of human. But I don't know if that's right. A Wendigo is a creature that had once been human, but that thing had never been human. Maybe it was a demon, or maybe it was just pure evil. Pure evil given flesh and blood. Maybe that was the rotten smell, the rot of humanity. Maybe that was why I saw such hatred in its eyes. Maybe that's why, at night, whenever I'm trying to sleep, I hear that same screech echoing in my nightmares. I only hope that burning that bridge was the right idea. I hope that by burning it, maybe I killed that thing, or sent it back to wherever it came from. But sometimes I'm not so sure. What if that bridge was all that was keeping that thing there? What if I've unleashed that thing on the rest of the world? I don't know why I'm writing this. Maybe as a warning, but there's not much of a reason for it. That thing can't be outran. I doubt it can be harmed. The best advice I can give you is that if you encounter that thing, just run. It doesn't matter where or how. Just get as far away as humanly possible. And pray that it never catches you. A few years ago, I was employed as an IT consultant at a biochemical research office in the middle of nowhere in East Anglia. It usually took about an hour and a half to get from where I live out to the office, but the pay was decent, so I was quite happy with the long commute. One Sunday night in late August, I got called up at 11:45 from my supervisor, telling me there'd been some massive system-wide crash in the evening, and that she needed me to come in pronto to get it sorted before morning. I knew I'd get good compensation, so I downed 2 cups of coffee, hopped in my car and headed off for the office. The drive was mainly along a motorway, although at that hour it was almost all populated by lorries. However, a good stretch took me through a track of rural countryside, which was crisscrossed by narrow roads bordered by large hedgerows and small woods. I'll admit that it was a bit creepy driving through the desolated pastures and forests at midnight on an isolated expanse of road. Thanks to the trafficless conditions, I arrived in a little under an hour, and I spent the rest of the night debugging, fueled by copious amounts of coffee and Red Bull. I was done by about 4:30, by which time I was all too happy to be heading home and get some shut-eye. I stepped into my car and waved goodbye to the security man who, apart from my supervisor, was the only other occupant of the building at the time. I was setting off just as the sky was turning that deep early morning blue, and the air was beginning to be filled with birdsong. I passed out of the office park, where the building was located, and had crossed over into the dense bocage of the country. I did my best trying to stay alert, and kept my eye on the winding road, which was even emptier than it had been when I drove up. But after about 20 minutes, my car sputtered to a stop. I yawned and checked the tank. It was still half full. I glanced back at the clock. It read 5 minutes to 5. I quietly swore to myself. This was about the worst place to break down, and my tech expertise doesn't really cover car engines. I switched on my old flip phone and I was surprised and damn thankful that I had any service. I called AAA and gave them my location, telling the operator that I'd broken down. They said someone would be out as soon as possible, probably within an hour. I was extremely tired, but decided to keep myself awake by getting out into the fresh morning air. It was getting lighter, and the surrounding landscape was bathed in the morning blue. But I estimated it would still be an hour before the sun came up. I lit a cigarette and stood smoking against my car for a few minutes, surveying the topography of the land. My part of the road was sandwiched between a small copse and a field bordered by tall hedges that rose into a slight hill, topped with a large tree. The road ahead was on an incline, so I couldn't see much beyond where it crested at the top. Through the trees of the copse, I could make out the shape of what appeared to be an old alms cottage, although I think it must have been abandoned. It hadn't been more than a minute after I'd put out my cigarette when I saw a dim yellow light, which I assumed was from a low battery flashlight, approaching from the road ahead and led by 3 dark figures. I stood upright and squinted into the darkness, thinking that they were perhaps masochist joggers or farm labourers heading off to work. However, as the silhouettes got closer and became clearer, I saw that they weren't holding flashlights at all, but rather old-fashioned lanterns with wicks burning away in small glass boxes. As they approached, I got a look at them in the morning light, and by the way they were dressed, I thought they must be going to some kind of reenactment. One of them was a policeman, but instead of wearing a high-vis vest and heavy belt, he was dressed as an old village constable, with a black uniform and shiny buttons, with an honest-to-God silver whistle chain dangling out of his pocket.
Another was in the garb of a farmer, with a tweed suit and a flat cap. Seemed to be holding something heavy. As he got closer, I realised that it was a double-barreled shotgun, which made me more than a little nervous. I couldn't get a good look at the last one until they came right up to me, as he was all in black. But as soon as I glimpsed his collar, I realised that he must have been a Vicar. As they approached me, I could see by their eyes that they were all terrified. The constable spoke first. "Pardon, sir, but have you seen a lass in white come down this way?" He spoke in broad Norfolk and seemed overly formal in his address. "No, sorry, is something wrong?" At that, they turned to each other. "Reverend?" said the man in tweed. The Vicar seemed deep in contemplation. "If she hasn't come down the road, then she'll be miles away by now," said the constable. "Nonsense. She couldn't possibly get out over the fens before dawn," declared the man in tweed, looking towards the Vicar, although he said nothing in response. "We'd need a bloody aeroplane to catch her now, George. There's no chance she hasn't gotten away." This solemn declaration was followed by a moment of awkward silence. "Not unless she went into the wood," the Reverend said eventually. "Well, that's it then. Come on," said the farmer, motioning towards the cops. "I won't go in there, George, and that gun of yours won't do naught to save us. I reckon you know it too, Reverend." "If she gets away, then it's on our hands," said the Vicar quietly. "Let's just pray we find her before daybreak." The constable nodded gravely, and the trio turned towards the small group of trees. "Can I be of any help?" I finally asked, although, to be honest, I was afraid of saying anything. It didn't matter though, as the Vicar slowly turned and looked towards me, as if he had heard a very soft noise. It was as if they could no longer see me at all. I was at once glad and terrified. With that, the three of them trudged off, and I watched as the ghostly procession crossed over the low, dry stone wall bordering the copse, and, with the Vicar leading them, they disappeared into the trees. I stood still against my car, trying to figure out what the hell had just happened. But after a few minutes, I came to the conclusion that, in my sleep-deprived state, I must have begun to hallucinate. Although I reasoned that nothing like that had ever happened to me before. My eyes kept drooping, so I lit another cigarette and decided to walk up the adjacent field, which was bordered by a bridleway that led up the knoll. I crossed over a narrow footbridge and followed up the side of the field until I reached the large oak tree that stood on the hilltop. I surveyed the landscape hidden by the ridge, which was all broad fen country, crisscrossed with hedgerows, sunken streams and canals. From my view, on the slight promontory, I couldn't make out a single hamlet, farmstead or grain silo for miles. There was a remarkable absence of any sign of human habitation, and I was suddenly struck with how bizarre it was that the three men must have been trekking for miles in the dark, with only the dim light of their lanterns. By then I was sure that they must have been real, for I could very clearly picture their worried and haggard faces in my mind. Something odd I noticed was that the trees that bordered the side of the road, which I thought had made up a small copse,
seemed to stretch out a good ways further and consisted of a considerable tract of dense woodland, now lit up by the red sky of the early dawn. I couldn't quite reconcile this in my mind, as I distinctly remembered stopping on the side of the road and glancing at the old Elms cottage through the thin tree line. Now, the trees enveloped the land, and the cottage was nowhere to be seen. Just then, I heard a very distant but discernible crack, which I immediately realised must have been a gunshot. I put out the cigarette just as the tip of the sun crested the horizon and took one last glance westward before heading down, when I spotted something coming toward me from the other side of the hill. There was a distant white figure bounding up the bridleway at quite a pace. I can't quite describe the sensation, but I suddenly felt oppressively tired. My vision blurred, and I was struck by a sharp headache, similar to the feeling you get when you stand up too quickly. This was accompanied by a feeling of unrelenting and biting dread. As my head cleared, I watched the white shape draw near. It almost appeared to be limping and running at once. I believed at the time that the strange figure was a woman, for long black hair fluttered against the wind. I vainly shouted to see if she was all right, but I was met with no reply. The unknown woman in white only continued bounding up the bridleway, seemingly faster than before. I was now increasingly worried, and looked around for any sign of the three strangers I'd met not 5 minutes ago, or, indeed, anyone in the surrounding countryside. As it was, I was alone, with this stranger charging towards me in her unsettling hobble. I decided I would feel safer in my car, and turned to walk back down the hill when what was, without a doubt, the most sickening noise I've ever heard sounded from behind me. I can't say it was a scream, for I swear I couldn't have been within the range of any human voice. It was more akin to a kettle coming to a boil. But this benign analogy was far from my mind when the wail resounded over the fields. It brimmed with an unrelenting rage and red-hot fury. Although behind this it was clear the noise was wholly rooted in an impressibly dejected and desolate suffering. Whatever had made that sound was so fierce and frenzied and alone that I had no doubt I would have met an awful end had I not taken off running down that hill. Before I fled, I hurriedly looked in terror, and there it was, not 20 feet away. I knew then that it was an impossible distance to have closed in the 2 seconds that had elapsed since I first heard its wail. But there it was, half limping, the speed of an Olympian. I ran like I've never ran before, and as I raced down the bridleway, I heard that noise a second time, and once more before I reached the hedgerow that bordered the road. By then I could hear it moving on the ground, its uneven steps heaving it forward at an unnaturally fast pace. I leapt over the footbridge and ran out into the road, nearly out of breath. And now, with the awful realization that I couldn't outrun my pursuer. Just as I reached my car,
I heard the hum of a distant engine, and I hurriedly looked up the road, where a dark shape was crossing the distant horizon. As I shaded my eyes from the sun, I caught a glimpse of the flashing yellow emergency lights of a AAA repair vehicle descending the road ahead. I span around, expecting to be confronted by the dreadful, limping white figure. But the road was empty. I was alone. Incredulous, I looked up the hill, scanning the fields for any trace of the woman in white. I found none. 10 minutes later, I was sitting in the passenger seat of the tow truck, listening to the AAA repairman going on and on about the advantages of an early morning shift. Somehow, the banality of my situation seemed utterly ridiculous. The adrenaline was still coursing through me, and needless to say, I didn't sleep until the following evening. Just as we departed that stretch of road, we both heard a barely audible gunshot. The repairman remarked that it must be rabbit hunters, but I remained silent. As the truck crested the ridgeline, I glanced back towards the hill. I caught sight of a piece of white fabric stuck in the oak tree, and watched as it wrestled itself free with the breeze and fluttered off towards the sunrise.
Don't cover their eyes, my grandma always used to say. I hate dolls. I've hated them ever since I was little. Grandma Landers used to make them by hand when she was younger. The realistic porcelain ones you see in every antique store. They were so lifelike sometimes. But what really gave me chills was their cold, blank, lifeless eyes that always seemed to watch you, no matter where you moved to. Tonight, however, I couldn't escape their soul-stealing gaze. Sometimes, you gotta go the extra mile for family. Since my grandmother was getting up in years, we'd have a rotation for family members to go and take care of her. And this week, the buck stopped with me. It seems my turn comes sooner every year, but less family is willing to watch over our dear relative. Many of them are impossible to get in touch with these days. Don't get me wrong, I love my grandma, but her house makes my anxiety climb through the roof. The second you step through the door, the sneering gaze of those porcelain abortions stare right into your very being. They're on every shelf, every piece of furniture, and even on the floor. There's no escaping them. I swear to God, even when you turn a corner, they lean over and watch you. The room that has the most dolls in this house of ours, ironically, is the guest room. Grandma Landers refuses to let anyone who visits sleep in that other room. Says the room is already being lived in, whatever the hell that means. She has one warning before anyone visiting turns in for the night. Don't you dare cover my children's heads or turn them away. Let them watch. They do so love to watch. Grandma turned in early, as she always does, and after a few glasses of some rum on the rocks, I was ready to call it a night. But try as I might,
I couldn't fall asleep. I tossed and I turned, but even though the room was pitch black, I could see those eyes all around me, watching me. I swear to God, their eyes were moving as I shifted my body. I'd count sheep, meditate, but nothing was working. That's when I heard it. The whispering. It was quiet at first, so subtle you'd almost think you'd imagined it. But the more I focused on it, the louder it got. And then it was accompanied by giggling. I shot out of bed like a rocket, turned my phone's flashlight on, and spun around trying to find the source. But the second I shone my light on the dolls behind me, the whispering stopped, as soon as it had started. I tried to collect myself as I fought through the panic attack I'd flown into, my heart rate through the roof, my body clammy and drenched in sweat, and my breathing laboured. If I wasn't careful, I'd start hyperventilating. I had to watch myself. I was just imagining things. There was no whispering and no giggling. I just had a bad dream, and it carried into my half-asleep state. At least, that's what I told myself. But there was no doubt. These dolls scared me shitless. If I wanted to get any sleep, I had to turn them away from me. After all, this setup was ridiculous. They were literally on every shelf, surrounding the tiny twin bed I was laying on. The one made to look like Jesus, which I remember had a very blank gaze as a child, looked straight at me, with what I swear was malice. There's no way. I'm losing my mind. But I couldn't take it anymore. I flipped the light switch on, gathered up the dolls in the room, and shoved them into the tiny closet, which wouldn't close all the way. Fuck it, I thought to myself, and shut the closet door as hard as I could, which was met with the shattering of at least one part of a doll. Shit. I opened the closet and saw it was not one, but two girl dolls that broke. Identical ones too. Their eyes looked at me with what seemed like a mixture of anger and betrayal. But it was only my exhaustion telling me that. I knew if my grandma found out, she would be furious. But at this point, I just wanted to sleep. I pushed my suitcase against the door for my own sake of mind, wrapped myself in the scratchy wool comforter, and slowly fell asleep. I woke up to the sound of a blood-curdling scream. Was Grandma okay? I had to check. I stumbled out of bed, only to scream in pain as something incredibly sharp went up to the bottom of my foot. I crawled over to the door to flip the light switch, only to sharply inhale once I saw what was on the floor. It was those twin dolls, the ones I had accidentally broken in the closet. How had they gotten over here? I knew for sure I had shut the closet door. The pain had started to get worse in my foot, but I had to check on Grandma Landers and make sure she was okay. But when I turned around, I saw them. All the dolls that I had thrown in the closet. They were standing right there, on the dresser in front of the mirror, looking straight at me. Not at the bed, but at me, against the door. Their eyes were cold, shining bright and full of anger. Their usual cherry red painted smiles were replaced by sneers, and I swear some of them were showing teeth. But what really caught my attention was the mirror behind them. My first thought was, there's no way that's blood. And then I saw the message. We must watch. You broke the rules. We? The dolls? What rules? What the fuck is going on here? I had no idea what was happening. Only two things were clear to me in that moment. I was terrified and in pain. And I had to make sure my grandma was fine. I pulled myself up to the door handle, my foot screaming in agony as my blood stained the white carpet. That's when the whispering started again, and the giggling. I couldn't ignore it this time. I looked over to the dolls, and to my horror, they started to move. Shaking at first, but standing up slowly. Their movements were much like a poorly made stop-motion film. I couldn't tear my eyes away, and I felt something brush my leg. I looked down and saw one of the broken arms of the twin dolls grabbing onto my ankle, their decapitated heads by the bed starting to snicker. The giggling got louder, and with every fibre in my being, I broke free of the spell the dolls had on me, ripped the door open, and hobbled up the stairs at the end of the hallway. I had to make sure she was all right. I got to the top of the stairs, the pain in my foot overwhelming me so much I finally crumpled to the floor. I banged my fist on the door. "Grandma, are you okay? What happened?" There was no response, and in a panic, my heart shot straight up to my throat. The childish giggling of the dolls got louder behind me, and as I whipped my head around, I could see their tiny bodies slowly climbing up the stairs. I had to hurry. I reached up, twisted the door handle. Thank God it was unlocked, and I pushed the door open. With all of my strength, I crawled into the room as fast as I could. But not before one of the dolls got to the top of the stairs, laughing, and wobbled toward me as quickly as its tiny porcelain legs would carry it. I kicked it into the door frame and slammed the door as hard as I could against it, shattering its glass body. As I did so, a scream enveloped the house, like a wounded animal, but with something that sounded far too human for my comfort. By this time, the rest of the dolls had made it to the top of the stairs and began to bang on the closed door. Some of them were reaching their tiny hands underneath in an attempt to grab whatever they could. I pulled myself over to my grandma's bed, grabbed her arm and shook it, only to reel in shock. Her small frame was frozen stiff, her hands gnarled, and in the position as if she was defending herself against something. Her throat was cut, the blood soaking the white-stained sheets. And it was only now that I heard it dripping on the hardwood floor beneath. But the most horrifying part of it all was her face. Her mouth was open in a silent scream, and her eyes were gone. It looked as if they had been ripped right out, I spun into a panic attack again and began to see flashing lights. My heart threatening to pound straight out of my chest, my head dizzy, and I fell down to the floor, about to pass out. That's when I saw it. The doll. I've seen plenty of dolls in this accursed house, but this one shocked me, despite all that was going on. It felt so lifelike. It sat in a rocking chair, the size of a young child, bathing in the moonlight by the window. Its porcelain skin gleamed bright. Its long, human-like hair, the colour of a raven, draped down around its shoulders to the seat. It wore a dress of white, but the purity of the colour was ruined by the red stains that the front of the dress adorned. I saw the cold blue lips, a turned up nose, and 2 trails of red leading up to the eyes. Oh my God. They were my grandmother's eyes. The doll had her eyes, and I had no idea how or why. The sight was so horrifying, I almost forgot about the glass in my foot. I couldn't scream. I couldn't speak. I couldn't breathe. I was frozen, backed up against the door, and could feel the little monsters behind it, struggling to turn the handle. That's when the doll in the chair started to giggle. And much to my horror, it started to stand. Like the little ones before, this doll moved in sharp, uncoordinated motions. The legs buckled and the arms flailed, but the piercing blue eyes stayed locked on me the whole time. You have to move, I thought to myself. But try as I might, I was petrified with fear. Like the prey of a spider after it's been caught in the web. Then, the doll started to shift, to change. Black veins appeared all over the doll, and its body started to crack and break as pieces of glass fell to the floor. Underneath the shell of this doll was more porcelain, etched with black veins, stretching and replacing the broken pieces that fell off. Its arms and legs became spider-like, extending at least 3 times their normal size. The doll fell on all 4s, unable to support itself on 2, and its thinly lipped jaw shattered and unhinged like a snake, revealing rows and rows of sharp glass teeth. Its tongue was black and slithered along the floor, tasting for its prey, tasting for me. It scurried across the room towards me, its hands and feet cracking with every movement. At that moment, I found my strength and lunged underneath it, ignoring the pain in my foot. It swiped at me, howling an unearthly noise as it missed. But my victory was short-lived. I had nowhere to go, and this demonic doll knew that. I backed up to the corner, feeling for anything to use as a weapon, even though I knew I was doomed. It loomed over me, its sickening, drooling grin reaching from ear to ear, as those piercing eyes bore into my soul. Why? I asked. It was not really a question, just a cry more than anything. But to my surprise, the monster stopped, looked at me, and hissed.
The rules were simple. We must watch. You broke the contract. hurt my children, and so the blood must be repaid. I told you so many times as a boy.
That's when it clicked. This creature didn't kill my grandma. This was my grandmother. I tried to stutter out a plea, a cry for forgiveness, but it was too late. I felt the tiny little hands and teeth of the other dolls, who finally broke through the door, and saw their malicious eyes hungry for my flesh, was now ripe with fear. I looked up and screamed as the demonic doll that was my grandmother bore its teeth and lunged towards my neck. And in an agonizing flash of pain, it all faded to black.
A chilly gust of wind swayed tree branches, causing them to dance and tap rhythmically on my window. I had a long history of health complications, but somehow I'd survived. At 27 years old, I had outlived almost everyone I knew. The virus didn't affect me for some unknown reason. But now, I'd developed a severe case of pneumonia. Things weren't looking good. The virus that wiped out everyone I loved hadn't taken me. But by the looks of it, an untreated, complicated common cold was going to do just that. The irony was not lost on me. The cold breeze that caused this illness continued to mock me, with its eerie tapping on my window. I'd been holed up in this motel room for almost 2 weeks now, though it seemed like a lifetime. Any survivors were bunkered in their homes, afraid of exposure, seeking to protect the few that remained. I, on the other hand, had nobody. My breathing was heavy and laboured, each breath producing a rattle deep inside my chest, like an abandoned spray paint can. My room was small, dusty, and lit dimly. The room's only source of light was a dirty window. Not much sunlight made it through the overcast skies. A thin layer of dust collected on the surface of the only piece of furniture in the room, an old wooden table that wobbled upon the smallest nudge. The leather cover of the King James Bible that sat on its surface was hard and cracked. It had not been opened in years, now served as a decorative piece. Staring at the wall, I rode a deep hallucinatory trance brought on by my severe fever. The shapes of chipped paint on the wall swayed with the rhythm created by the trees' branches tapping. My bed seemed to be rocking, as if floating through light ocean waves. A blast of hot air hit me. The heater rumbled to life and disrupted my seafaring fantasy. I wished it would turn off. I wished I could get up, open the window, turn off the heater, and let in revitalizing air. I wished I was capable of taking a deep breath without pain. I wished that I could eat a fresh meal. I wished I could kiss my parents, and say I love you to my wife, hug my brothers, before they were ripped away. But I couldn't. I couldn't do any of those things. Grief filled me. Bedridden and clinging to life, I closed my eyes and drifted away, further into the hallucination. It was mostly dark when I woke. A minuscule amount of streetlight peeped through the window, just enough to cast shadows and silhouettes through the room. I looked around the room, trying to anchor myself out of my fever-induced dreams. I noticed that I was not alone. He was there. He stood directly in front of me, back against the wall. I stared and focused, trying to determine if this was another deceiving manifestation of my fever.
Ah, you're awake.
He hissed.
I find this works best when you're awake for it.
He took a step forward into the light. He was a tall, slim man, wearing a tuxedo, black bow tie, and black Homburg hat that casted shadow over his face. He looked up at me, and he smiled, exposing a row of yellow shark-like teeth. His lips, they were blood red, and the only source of colour in the room. His eyes were sunken in deeper than any man I've ever seen. His skin was pale, with just a tint of green. But his most disconcerting feature were his arms. Two long, straw-like limbs extended from his shoulders, dropping close to his ankles.
You ready?
He said, in a hoarse, raspy voice. I laid paralyzed. The walls continued to spin. I tried to protest, but my mouth gaped open inaudibly. My body was tense and immobile, my eyes locked with his.
Are you ready?
He repeated, with a tone of impatience. He moved forward, bumping into the end of my bed, causing it to jerk back. His back began to bend forward, and his right arm came up, showing his inhuman thin arms and claw-like nails that were as yellow and sharp as his teeth.
Why are you here?
Said a soft voice off to the right of the room. The man in the tuxedo pulled back, slightly startled. He slowly unarched his back to an upright position, and he turned. It took every effort I had to turn my neck to see who spoke. The room spun. My head was on fire, but my head pivoted to the side. There stood my mother. But it wasn't my mother as I last saw her, taking her last breath, pale and malnourished. I was sure it was her. I would never forget that voice. But she couldn't be more than 28 years old, the age she was when she married. Next to her stood a man I didn't recognize at first, hand pressed upon the small of her back. But as I connected the dots, it became clear to me it was my father. His face was young and full of life. Life had not yet taken its toll as I last saw him. His eyes were full of youth. And there they were, side by side once again. My mother flashed a smirk in my direction. My father leaned over and turned off the heater. "Come on, it's not his time," said another deeper voice. I didn't have to turn. I could recognize that voice anywhere. It was my Uncle Dylan's voice. "Weren't we enough?" said a fourth voice. One I didn't recognize, coming from the direction of the door. I reverted back to my original position, and through my peripherals, I saw a woman I only knew through photographs. My grandma, Lou, sat by the table, with strikingly similar disposition to her son and daughter in the room. Her right hand nudged the table, causing it to wobble back and forth. Her other hand laid over the Bible. The man in the tuxedo smirked. His red lips shone above his razor teeth. He faced me and he repeated,
Are you ready?
My dad, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward from his leaning position and looked at the man. "We had a deal. Why are you here?" He pleaded in that cool voice that only my father had.
It was him or us.
Said my mother, softly but firmly. "Why are you here?" They all said, without coordination, in offbeats. The man in the tuxedo's smirk turned into a chuckle. The room filled with a putrid stench as his breath made its way around the room.
Didn't you all ever hear?
He cackled.
Never make a deal with the devil.
Once again, his back arched over me. The smell of rotting flesh overcame me as his face drew closer to mine. I closed my eyes. His skeleton hand neared me.
You know why I'm here.
I closed my eyes in anticipation. His hand touched me. Cold. A fiery cold overcame my body. So very cold. It struck me to my core. It diminished all other ailments by comparison. His finger touched my forehead, but I felt the cold it produced beyond my toes. There was nothing but cold. Silence filled the room. Only the tapping of the tree branch remained outside the window.